Hey, hi fellas. Hi everyone. Well, I'm sorry for taking way too much time to start the stream. I mean, we are pretty much rocking at 11 minutes already, and I mean, until then, I haven't spoke a single word. Problem is, I had a little, let's call a little accident here in my room with a drink, and I pretty much spilled everything, so I had to do this kind of I wouldn't call it a rescue operation, but like a defensive operation. Otherwise, my room would be raided by hundreds of millions of hungry ants that fucking love sweet stuff. So yeah, that's the main reason of why it took me so long to do that. Okay, I'm sorry, but there's absolutely nothing that I could do about that. Now, I hope everyone is fine. I hope everyone is having a nice day. I pretty much forgot about advertising this, so let's go around doing what I should have done before start streaming. Because I'm a dumb. So let's do it right now with everyone here. Our last stream was... How should I call it? Our last stream was... Well, to put it bluntly, our last stream was pretty... messy. Since... Well, my internet pretty much decided to not cooperate after a while. And that got me very angry, but also annoyed, because I was having a nice time, you know. I was able to talk about something that I like a lot, and unfortunately we didn't manage to finish the whole talk about, you know, old cars versus new cars and things like that we were supposed to do, unfortunately. I will keep talking about that. I'm not sure if today or maybe another day, but the thing is, I have to keep talking about that. And if we have enough time today, I could do it. Otherwise, we're gonna schedule another stream. But today's topic is something that I meant to talk about at least a little bit on last stream. I actually thought about start talking about the whole car things and new cars and etc. Talking about EVs, but well, I thought to myself, this is not gonna be like a very good point to start talking about, because not only is a subject that it's very lengthy, you know, not only it's a subject that is very lengthy and require a lot of talk, a lot of explanation, but also I would spend way too much time talking about that before actually talking about like old cars at all. So I decided to, you know, postpone this particular subject. But since I have a lot of my mind when it comes to EVs and the whole relation between our current society, Western society at least. Oh, also, let me just check something right here in my room before we start talking about the whole EV thing. Right, so I have a box here with me. A box that has a wide variety of incenses. Incenses? Like, Fuck, if I could only open this box. It's an old box from, it's not old, in fact. It's a box from like some Chinese cookies. It's a metal box, so sometimes this thing gets stuck. The lid gets stuck, and I sometimes have a hard time in order to open it. Unfortunately, I have a, should I put that? I have a, that's I think it's a 8 millimeter. I guess, and it's an either an 8 or a 9 key here in order to change some screws in my microphone mount. So as you guys can see, this is the noise of the, you know, metal box. It has a wonderful smell because all my different incenses are stored here. You know, even though I'm a boomer, I enjoy my incenses. I am a very huge fan of Asian culture. Like, if I said in general, I would be lying. I'm very into Japanese culture. And I know that Japanese people like their incenses, but a lot of other cultures in Asia love their incenses as well. You know, people from Thailand, people from China, people from India. So but I'm a weeb, so I like Japanese things. Now, I have somewhat of a variety of incenses here. I don't know how to speak that in, how to say that in English. Let me actually check here. It's a spice name. I always have a, oh, it's rosemary. So I have jasmine, I have rosemary, I have orange flower, Spanish red rose, clove and cinnamon, and white almizcle. Don't know how to say that. Does it have like, oh bloody hell, don't fall. Musk. Wait, musk? White musk? And there's one that it's called like attract customer for some reason. I thought that the smell of it was nice, and I guess that, I mean, you guys are not customers, you guys are viewers, but since technically I'm providing a service right here, which is entertainment, I think I'm gonna launch one of these attract customers so it could attract more viewers. Let's see if that let's see if that works. And my dog is barking in the background like it's usually doing around this particular time of the day. Please, internet, help me. Don't make me angry again with your connection failing. Now, I'm gonna try not to close this lid entirely, because next time I don't have such a hard time opening this, which tend to happen more often than I would like to admit. Yeah, there's a bunch of Chinese stuff written here. I don't know how to read Chinese. Apparently, this was a box that came with a wide variety of mooncakes. I'm saying wide variety, but if I remember correctly, all of them had pretty much the same filling. Because this was a gift from a friend of my parents that actually came from China. China, you know. But I remember, I don't recall having a wide variety of fillings when it comes to those mooncakes. Now, I'm gonna light up this incense here, because I wanna attract my viewers, more viewers, and maybe talking about something different than what I usually do in my streams might attract some more attention. So, and yet again, I asked for people here not to be playful with the dogs around this particular time of the day because they know that I will be streaming and that the dog's barking kind of annoys me. The dog's barking constantly kind of annoys me when I'm in the middle of the stream. I love my dogs, but sometimes their excessive barking can be pretty, like, complicated for me, especially during streams. But well, this thing has such a nice smell. Let me actually change this. Oh, this thing has such a nice smell. I wish you guys could actually feel this. All right, so let me just light this thing up and we will start our talk for today. Check your tricky. Also, I don't remember exactly which museum is the one that I'm using as a background for today's stream. Technically, I thought about using the same picture than last stream, but as a way to also differentiate both of them, even though we didn't manage to talk a lot in our last stream, since not only for a wide variety of reasons I decided to start like 2 hours late, but also my internet decided to die only 2 hours after we start talking. We didn't have enough time to talk about a wide variety of subjects, and in order to differentiate both of these streams, I decided to take this other picture. Oh, to use this other background. Now, when it comes to the cars in the screen, let me see which one is the one in the background. Like I guess that's a Lincoln. Yeah. So in the background, we have, I guess it's a 19. Wait a minute. Oh, having to scold your family for for noise things. It's almost like I'm living in one of those apartments that have a pretty small like noise threshold. Fuck, I didn't manage to light up this thing. Also, I hope I don't set fire to my own room with this thing, because I have a rug in the floor in order to, you know, try and reduce a little bit of the echo in the room. And you know how flammable rugs can be. Also, my dogs are barking now, not because, you know, someone was trying to be playful with them, but actually because someone decided to use fireworks, and they fucking hate fireworks. Right. So, oh yeah, I was talking about the cars in the background. So these cars in the background, I think the first one, the green one, I guess that's a late 1940s Lincoln Town and Country. I guess I could check. 1948 Lincoln Town and Country. Woody. Okay, so it has like two angular, and I miss, sorry, Two angular. Frankly, that I guess it could be a Lincoln, maybe not a 1948. Maybe a 49. Cars used to change a lot back in the day. Oh yeah, it's a 49. It's a 49 Lincoln Town and Country. Okay, so I was wrong about the year, but only 1 year. Ah, mano, pera aí. Just a... God damn it. I brought a piece of cake. I brought a piece of cake to eat here. It's a carrot cake with some chocolate topping on it. And I almost... There was a bunch of ants that were trying to invade my fucking cake. I'm gonna leave this goddamn cake far from where those ants are. I have to find this ant nest and kill these motherfuckers, cause... Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we have Lincoln. Then the middle one, it's probably an Impala. I don't know exactly which year because the Impala varied a lot throughout the years. Maybe that's a 64 or 65, 1965 Impala. Double headlights, angled grille. I guess that's a 1965 or... Yeah, I guess that's a 65. Now, how's the front end of the 67? Okay, the 67 is different. I guess that's a 60, maybe 63 to 65. And then we have our lovely 1959 Cadillac. I guess that's a 59, just like the other day, just like a last stream. We also have my personal cars in the lower part of the screen. The green one is my kinda most recent acquisition, which is a 1981 Fiat Panorama. It kind of comes from like the panoramic view, you know, because of the huge amount of windows that thing has. You pretty much have no like blind spots in that car. It's currently not running. It's sitting in my house like below a cover for what, the last, I would guess like a year at this point. And the right one is a 1988 Chevrolet Opala, which is a Brazilian model that was based on the body of the European Opel Record. But it used a transmission and an engine from the American Impalas. Mine is a 4-cylinder, but Chevrolet also offered back in the day a 6-cylinder version, which was actually the same engine that they offered in some American vehicles. I beg your pardon, fellas. I don't want to talk with my mouth full of cake. Carrot cake is a very like traditional Brazilian dessert with, you know, chocolate topping, and that's why I'm having. That's what the fucking ants tried to steal from me, but well, I wouldn't let them. Now, starting the whole EV thing. Oh yeah, I have a list of some topics that I would like to talk about when it comes to this whole EV fever and like their story. There's a bunch of things. So let me search for my. Okay, I found it. So let me close this. Let me close any unnecessary things. I guess the volume is good enough for you fellas, right? Okay. EVs. The title of the stream is actually kind of a clickbait. I'm not sure if this is going to work, frankly. I hope it works. I'm not lying. I hope it works. You know, but EVs are not bad. Okay. Yes, some of them suck. Big, huge throbbing balls like the Prius. Oh, come on. Yeah, the Prius suck. Like, if someone says to me that the Prius doesn't suck, that person is just wrong. Like, I know the Prius is technically not an electric car. It's not technically an EV because it's a hybrid. But that thing is ugly as fuck. It's boring as fuck. It doesn't have like any charisma. It's just boring. You know, the only, okay, let me show you guys the only Prius that is cool in the history of mankind. So, shut the fuck up, Google. I never ask you to research anything. Why are you doing that? Toyota Prius with... Okay, so where is it? I wanna here. I think this is a good image. Open a new tab. Let me change screens right here. Now, this thing right here, it's a little bit botched up. Okay, so the best thing that I could do in this particular case is go back to this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to not be a lazy asshole. Wait a minute. Let me save this. And then I have to open. Okay, it's my first time doing technically it's my second time doing just chat and stream like that, fellas. So bear this in mind, okay? Bear this in mind. Okay, so this thing right here, it's the only Prius that is at least good looking. It's at least cool. Okay, this thing right here is the only Prius in the entire history of mankind that looks decent, but only because it carries a fucking minigun on top of it. That's the only reason. Like everything else about it, it's just as boring as any other Prius driving down the road in a fucking California highway. Now, if your Prius is not this particular Prius with the minigun on top of it, you have a boring car. I'm sorry to say that. But enough talking about the minigun Prius. The thing is, EVs are not necessarily bad cars. Okay? It's one of those things where The thing itself is not bad, but the fan base is. The EV fan base is it's what jeopardizes the whole. It's what jeopardizes the whole thing. Wait a minute. Let me change my. Let me change my. What do you mean? What do you mean you can? Wait a minute. What happened? What happened? Okay, for some reason the Spotify just decided to throw a tantrum on me again. Right. So EVs are not bad cars. Yeah, they are not bad cars. EVs can be quite useful. EVs can be helpful. And EVs can also look cool. I'm not gonna lie. There's a bunch of EVs out there, especially from small companies that are appearing in the market, that they look pretty cool. And I intend to show you guys a couple of examples down the line. But the problem with the EV fan base is that you usually have two types of people, okay, within this fan base. You have the people that think that EVs are the best cars in the world because they can be fast as fuck. Because, I mean, you don't have a transmission to worry about, you know, all the gear changes and the time that is required in order to do a gear change. So, and the huge amount of pretty much instant torque that those electric motors generate. So you have these people that think that EV are the most amazingly performance vehicles on earth, and just because they are fast and they have a lot of torque, they are the best cars out there. They are the most amazing thing that was invented by mankind after fucking sliced bread. And this is the same sort of people who would, you know, drool over like Ferrari, Lamborghinis, Paganis. A few years ago, before this whole EV fever that is going on right now, it's the kind of people that think that when it comes to cars, that think that the thing that matters most is speed. It's I was gonna say it's the Jeremy Clarksons of car people, but then Clarkson is a nice fella, you know, even though he likes fast cars and nimble cars. He knows a lot about these cars, so he doesn't have shitty opinions, usually. I like Clarkson a lot, but I don't like these people a lot. People that think that, oh, X car is better than Y car simply because X car is faster. Or because X car can accelerate like half a second faster than the other one, so automatically it's a better car. No, it's not. It's not like car works. This is not like how car works. And then there's the second type of people, which is what I like to call the environmental zealots. And let me tell you something. Even though I'm a boomer, and even though I complain a lot of things that a lot of young people say, and a lot of their positions, I do believe in climate change. You know, I'm not one of those people that say, oh, climate change doesn't exist. Climate change is not a thing. Climate change It's something to joke about, or like to take lightly. No, it's not. It's something that it is happening. We have to take care of our planet. But I'm not a fucking zealot. Okay, I'm not one of those people that go out there saying that, oh, you can't you shouldn't be able to cut a single tree because that jeopardizes the environment, or you shouldn't be able to eat a single steak because, oh, cows are destroying the environment. No, I'm not. I'm a pragmatic person. I'm a realist. I'm a realist person, and I go out of my way, you guys know, I go out of my way to do some research about a wide variety of subjects. And cars are not the things that most destroy the environment, you know? I love I don't love that. I definitely don't love when I hear people talking shit like that. But it's funny how a lot of times we see these young people driving $20,000-$30,000 EV cars out there, complaining about the environment, saying that, oh, you with your old cars and huge gas guzzling engines, you guys are destroying the earth. You should be vegan like me and drive an EV. And I'm saying, bitch, your almond milk, the almond milk that you like to have in your Starbucks Frappuccino or some shit like that, those almonds are probably destroying the environment more than me driving a fucking V8 around. And I don't even have a fucking V8. You know? So I don't like this sort of simple and tyrannical thought that a lot of young people go out there preaching and pointing fingers at other people while they don't look at themselves, while they don't look at the people that they actually see as role models. You know, you have, I'm Brazilian, okay? My country has a huge green area, and not only in the Amazon rainforest, but in a bunch of other areas and different biomes as well. So we know a thing or two when it comes to the environment, you know? And then you see a person like DiCaprio talking about things related to Brazil's forest and stuff like that, and complaining about cars and meat consumption and shit like that, while he travels the whole world with his own private jet. And guess what? Plane fuel, these rich people, these very privileged people that go out there being able to travel like very frequently, planes are responsible for a way bigger part when it comes to like emissions, gas emissions, that contribute to the climate change than cars. If you get like all the cars in the world, all the entire car fleet of the world, and you compare with the entire plane fleet in the world, like planes would pollute like way more than cars, and nobody seems to care, you know? And certainly these rich people doesn't seem to care that their private jets that they use to fly around different continents and different countries and take their family to travels are way worse for the environment than any old classic car with its gas guzzling V8 going 100 miles down a highway, you know? So there's usually the two kind of people that fucking love EVs and trying to say that EVs are the best thing produced by mankind since fucking sliced bread. And it's important. I think the thing that is, as a starting point, I think it's interesting to kind of talk about the history behind EVs and how this whole concept of a car powered by a battery, it's not something new like a lot of people tend to think it is. You know, a lot of people tend to think that, oh, Teslas were the first like real EV. No, they are not. Okay, so I think it's interesting to go back a couple of decades ago, or should I say a century ago, in order for us to realize where the EV came from. So, the car, like many other inventions made by humans, it was an idea that it didn't came from a single mind. Okay? Like a lot of people throughout history, they were thinking about things that resembled a modern car, you know, a vehicle that could be powered by an energy, let's say an energy plant, an energy source, and that would be able to move around without being pushed by an animal or anything like that. Something that could be moved by its own source of power. And a lot of people thought about this idea throughout the 19th century, and in the last couple of decades, in the second half of the 19th century, a lot of people actually made like decent car models. And as interesting examples of these car models, you have the Benz tricycle, that I guess it was tricycle. I guess it was produced around 18 something. I think it would be, let me check if I can actually show this to you guys. I mean, I can. It's gonna be a little. So there's this thing right here. You know, the Benz patent car, and then you had the Daimler car that was a four-wheeled car. You know, it was a little closer to what we think about a car nowadays. This thing right here with its like very narrow wheels that almost look like a bicycle. But a lot of people were thinking about this whole thing, you know, a vehicle that was capable of driving around, moving around, using its own power instead of relying on a different source, like traction, like animal traction. And at first, people tried to make these vehicles using steam-powered engines. Steam-powered car. But the problem with steam-powered engines is that they require, let's just say that they require a lot of preparation before you actually start being able to drive that thing around. It takes a while for you to, you know, start the boiler in order to make the vehicle move. This here in the screen is an example of a steam-powered car, like a steam-powered design. And as you can see, the boiler occupies like a huge, I'm gonna call it a boiler or steam engine. It occupies like a very big amount of space in the car. And then you had things like, and then some people thought about, oh, we can either create like, we can either create an internal combustion engine that uses some sort of fuel, you know, or we could use energy, you know, like electricity, not electric energy. Electricity was becoming very popular in the late 1800s. Street lamps were being changed from things that used whale oil or candles to electricity. Houses were start receiving electricity as well. And some people thought, well, why not try to use electricity to power a car? Maybe an electric engine or an electric motor. I think the correct term is actually a motor. So at first, right when the car started to become a little bit more popular, but before the whole Model T revolution, let's put it that way, before the whole Model T revolution, a lot of companies were in this, like the car industry was actually in this battle between internal combustion engines that were still like a new thing and was still very crude, you know. Gas-powered engines were still very crude, and you had electric vehicles, and for a while the sales on these two kinds of vehicles were pretty much like 50-50, you know. Gas-powered cars would appeal to a particular demographic, and electric vehicles would appeal to another demographic. It's funny how, like, at first, the electric cars were kind of advertised towards women, since even though they had a very small range, which is still a problem to this day, you know, and we're gonna talk about that down the line. But even though these cars were still like very crude and they had a very limited range, electric cars had the advantage that you wouldn't have to deal with a noisy and very smelly, even stinky, like how should I put it, rudimentary internal combustion engine. So when you bought a gas-powered car way back in the 1900s, in the first decade of the 1900s, for example, you would have to deal with a certain lack of reliability, a very complicated process of starting the vehicle, but also driving the vehicle around. You know, cars were totally different back in the day. But you would also have to deal with a noisy engine that released a lot of fumes and released a lot of gasoline and pretty much oil smell. And that is something that certainly the ladies back then didn't want to deal with. You know, if you're like a high-class lady and you're going around with the people that serve you, and you used to have like a chauffeur and horse-drawn carriage, and now there's this wonderful new thing called the automobile. You wouldn't like to go around smelling like fucking gasoline and oil. You know, you want something quiet, you know, you want something comfortable, and you want something that could make you reach your destination pretty much the same way you left your wonderful home. So you would go for an electric car. And here are a couple of examples from the electric cars back in the day. I mean, it wasn't a lot different than what we would see in like internal combustion engine vehicles, because the design back then was pretty much like rustic, to say the least. You know. Then we have, as an example, a very fancy lady with also an EV. I guess this thing right here would be, you know, the things that you would use in order to recharge your batteries. Then, as interesting, we have an advertisement for, you see, the aristocrats of Motordom. Yeah, Motordom. These things right here, I'm pretty sure Jay Leno has one of these cars. Let me check right here. Jay Leno, Baker Electric. I knew he had one. I remember seeing a video of him. Like, Mr. Leno here. Just having, why these pictures are so shitty? It's because I'm opening them and in the wrong way. Yes. So as you guys can see here, why I don't want to. Yeah, Jay Leno has one of these cars, right? So back then, electric cars were pretty much advertised more often than not towards women, because they would be more reliable, they would be easier to start, easier to drive, less noisy, and less stinky, to say the least. But then came a guy whose name is pretty well known around, called Henry Ford. And that guy was pretty much responsible for popularizing the car and developing a lot the whole internal combustion engine characteristic of his cars, which made car ownership a very common thing in the US, but also in a wide variety of other countries. If I am not wrong, at a particular time, 50% of all cars that would be driven around the world would be Ford cars, and pretty much all of them Ford Model Ts. So what ended up happening is that not only internal combustion engines developed pretty fast, but they also realized that while with an electric vehicle, you would have to leave that car recharging for a decent amount of hours and you wouldn't have a very long range. With internal combustion engines, all you had to do was open the gas lid, fill up your tank, and you would have the entirety of the range of the tank available to you again. So there was a few attempts during these middle years, you know, between let's say the 1920s and the 1990s. There was a couple of attempts from a wide variety of brands to come back with the whole idea of the electric car, but none of them actually worked. And it's interesting because the problem that they would face was pretty much always the same. The problem was always the short range, you know, the huge amount of time you would have to wait in order for the car to, you know, recharge in the small amount of range, because the problem was with the batteries. We didn't had technology enough to create batteries that would be, you know, effective. So, electric. There was a couple of companies that tried to do this. In fact, let me actually show you guys a couple of examples from these cars. This is not a very good image. I wanted to, oh yeah, here. I guess this one is a little bit better. I don't want to download it. God damn it. Why am I want to open the image. Why it's downloading the image? I don't want to. Why you must be like that? Okay, now it's open. So in America, I'm gonna talk about the models that I've heard about. Okay, so in America we had let me change screens right here. In America we had, and I changed to the wrong one. Yes, here we had things like the electric Corvair in the, I guess, late 60s. The Corvair was an interesting take by GM. It was technically a small size car. It was supposed to be fuel efficient. The Corvair had a very interesting layout because it had a rear mounted engine with a rear wheel drive, the original vehicle with the internal combustion engine, but then they decided to do this prototype for an electric version. In the end, they met the same problem, you know, length of a range. But this was in America. So in Brazil, we had pretty much like what I like to call the Dorito, because we had this thing right here was called a Gurgel Itaipu. Itaipu, I think it's a indigenous word from one of many of our tribe, and it's actually the name of a very huge hydroelectrical dam that we have here in Brazil. And this thing was projected, I guess, in the late 70s to early 80s, but it faced it pretty much. The idea was having a very small car that would be able to go around easily, you know, while also being electric. But the problem was with the batteries all over again, you know, very huge times to recharge and a very small range to them. But isn't this thing kind of cute? It almost looked like that car from Cyberpunk. What was the name of it? Let me see if I can actually find that. The small car from Cyberpunk 2077. Get this one. Look, it's so similar. I'm pretty sure they copied the Brazilian design. I don't want to download it. Why are you guys giving me? Oh yeah, it's a Mai Mai. Oh, this picture is a little bit. But look at the. Let me close this. Look at how similar these things are. Look, I mean, it's a very simple design. It's pretty much like a red Dorito with 4 wheels. But oh, they are so close to each other. But I guess the Mai Mai, it's not an electric vehicle in Cyberpunk. I don't remember. And I accidentally changed my expressions and forgot to go back to normal. Okay, so what's history? Yeah, I've talked about. Mm, so that pretty much covers the story. I know that there was like other attempts at doing like EVs throughout the history, but I'm really not that aware, so I wouldn't go into those things, into those ideas. But you know, as the world and people got a little bit more worried about the whole climate change thing, this EV fever started to appear, especially because we had, you know, Elon Musk with Tesla doing all those like cars that these people go around drooling over. And don't take me wrong, okay? Teslas are good cars. Teslas are good cars. I have my own nitpick things with Teslas, but they are not bad cars. Again, the whole thing that I was talking about a little bit before, the problem with EVs is not the EVs itself, it's the fan base, you know? Because it almost feels like, and I mean, okay, I'm not gonna go around here. I'm not gonna go around the bushes here. The problem with EVs nowadays is that people don't want to think about the real impact of CVs in the environment. They don't want to think about it. Most people that drives EV arounds and they say that, oh, they are doing that because they care for the environment. No, they don't care about the environment. They care about looking good. They care about people praising them. They care about saying things like, oh, I care for the environment, so that's why I'm using a Prius, or that's why I'm driving a $30,000 Tesla instead of driving around, a disgusting internal combustion engine car. They only care about being praised by others, you know? They don't go out of their way to actually understand the whole impact that the production, the use, and the discard of an electric vehicle and its many parts are going to do to the environment. Oh, hi, Nero. Guten Tag? Or should I say, oh, no. Fuck. It's been so much time since I took Germany classes. I can say to you, buonasera. I can say buenas noches, boa noite, bonne nuit as well. How are you? Did you left your work already? No, I mean, I'm not triggered. I just don't like people who they don't care about things in general. They care about how they are seen by other people, you know? They care about their quote status, not about like real things. I'm back in my flat. Well, that's nice. You deserve some rest, sir. I just don't know if you deserve hear me like complaining about EVs like for a bunch of hours, but I'm not gonna just sit here and complain. I'm gonna tell some good things as well, because pretty much the title of this stream is a little bit of a clickbait, because, you know, I'm not here just to say shit, just shit around EVs. They are nice, some of them are nice, but the fan base is just Yes, we are talking about electric cars today, and you kind of missed the okay, I should say that you kind of missed a briefly explanation when it comes to the history of EVs. But let me ask you something, Nero, since you are here. Have you played Cyberpunk? Cyberpunk 2077. Did you play that game? Because I was actually showing to people that Cyberpunk has a car that is very similar, but it's way very similar. Cyberpunk has a car that is very similar to a Brazilian design for an a Brazilian design for an electric vehicle from the late 70s to early 80s. And I want to see your opinion on it. So take a look at this, right? Let me change screens. I kind of changed to the wrong one. Now take a look at this. This is the Cyberpunk car. Okay, it's called something Makagai Mai. It's a it's a micro car that is available for you to buy in the game in this specific color. Right? You see, it almost looked like a giant Dorito on 4 wheels. Okay, so bear this design in mind, right? Now, this is an electric car that was designed by a Brazilian car automaker way back in the late 70s. Take a look at this. It almost looks like another red Dorito. Now, take a look at both of them. Aren't they like... No. I'm not saying that the Brazilian one looks good. I'm just saying that their designs look very similar. And yes, it's easier to do like a fucking triangle with 4 wheels, but don't they look very similar? Apart from the fact that both of them are like triangles and also red. Now let me go back to my screen. Oh shit, I pressed the wrong one. This one. Similar. Yeah, if you took off your glasses and you look like pretty fast, it might be similar. No, but I mean, like I was saying, like I was joking about, oh, maybe they copied the Brazilian design, but it's pretty much like a triangle with wheels. Okay, so just give me a minute. Okay, I'm back. So here's the thing. Going back to the whole thing where the problem is the fan base. People like to feel good about themselves. So they go out there and they say things like that, oh, I'm driving an electric vehicle because I care for the environment. I decided to go vegan because I care for the environment. No, you don't. You don't care about the environment. If you did care about the environment, you would go out there and you would do some research and realize that electric cars, at least nowadays, at least in the sort of point that we are when it comes to technology nowadays, they still pollute quite a lot. Oh, hey, Dandy. Oh, I think I actually posted the stream on your channel. I was kinda in a hurry because I had to start the stream, and I pretty much dropped a cup full of beverages here, and I had to clean it. So it took me like 9 minutes with songs in the background before I could say at least something. That's the thing, Nero. That is one of the things that people don't think about when they say things like, I drive an EV because that is the best thing for the environment. They don't think where that particular electricity come from. What is the source of that energy? You know, what kind of source are we using in order to create that particular electricity? I actually have to grab some water, Dandy. I'm not gonna lie. Let me go back to the. Let me go to the thing right here. Da-da-da-da-da. Can you hear me? All right. Let me. For some reason, my volume is at the max now. Are you at home?
No, I'm here at my at the college residence at the moment while I'm doing my posters. Anyway. Next.
Okay. Wait a minute. Say something. Let me arrange the whole Discord level here on my stream.
Yeah, sure. You can hear me now, though, right?
I can hear you. I wanna check the how's the level because I want people to be able to hear you as well.
Yepers. So
okay, so say something else.
So the thing is, right? The thing is that when it comes to EVs, here's the thing about lithium ion. Because lithium in general, because it's like this. Lithium were processed majority in China.
Mm-hmm.
The majority, 80%, no, more like 60% of the lithium came from China. And the problem with the lithium itself is that the way of how they process that thing, it's too toxic. Like, literally toxic for the environment.
Yeah, it pollutes a lot. Also, hi Scoops! It's a long time no see, fella. How are you? I hope you like shitting on EVs, cause we are here today to do exactly that, sir.
Yeah, so in general, you know those like Tesla fanboys be like, oh, we will save a lot of money on fuel. Well, you will save a lot of money on fuel, but I got bad news for you, buddy. When it comes to batteries and stuff, my God, we're talking about like what? $20,000 just to replace an EV battery.
Exactly. And you know it's the problem with lithium batteries, like there are so many problems with lithium batteries because first, like lithium is not the sort of like material that you have a huge amount in nature. Like the huge, if I remember correctly, the majority of lithium in the planet is in a couple of particular spots in our planet, and usually these places are in poor countries, which, you know, people are exploited as fuck in order to harvest these resources. But also, if I remember correctly, I remember reading that we didn't had enough lithium to, like, we didn't had enough lithium to kind of replace the entirety of the car fleet that we have today in the planet to EVs powered by lithium batteries. You know, we wouldn't have enough because lithium batteries are not used only on cars. They are used in pretty much like everything. Almost any sort of electronic that uses a battery uses a lithium battery. So you also have this competition between different industries that make different products when it comes to, oh, I need resources to do batteries for, watches, smartphones, cars, and any other sort of like electronic that uses a fucking lithium battery. And it just wouldn't have enough material in order to like supply the entirety of the planet if the entirety of the planet decided, okay, so we are dumping our internal combustion engines, we are going to use like EV only,
Yeah, I mean, I do get I like the idea of an electric vehicle, but when it comes to saving the planet itself, you're not saving the planet in general. It's just basically you're adding fuel to the fire,
Yeah.
and governments themselves they promoting like, oh, these EVs are gonna be like saving the fuel itself. I mean, come on now, man. Come on.
No, yeah, it's not like that's what I was saying. Like, it's not like the final solution for the fucking climate change, because first of all, like cars are not even the kind of vehicle like out there that are responsible for the biggest amount of pollution. Like planes and plane fuel, it's way worse for the environment than cars. If you would get like the entirety of the car fleet in the world and compare the amount of pollution that fleet generates comparing to the amount of pollution that planes generate, planes would be like way over cars when it comes to destroying the environment.
All right. So the thing is that since I'm taking automotive classes, here's the thing about fuel in general. So for those who doesn't know, fuel itself came from a crude oil, and for everything to be processed is that you have to boil that fuel into a separator or something. So it has three, if I can remember, it has four levels, and one of them is the Jet A1 fuel, which is a very expensive fuel because the output is lesser than the gasoline. The final product is the gasoline itself. Then the next one will be diesel. The next one will be butane. Then the next one will be crude oil. So it pollutes even more because that thing is a hydrocarbon, and
Mm-hmm.
hydrocarbons in general pollute the goddamn fucking planet. So the thing is with the hydrocarbons is that when you uh, it's already in my lesson, so I'll discuss it thoroughly. In a hydrocarbon, if you burn a gasoline inside its internal combustion engine, of course there are pollutants that was in the exhaust, and one of them is a NOx, which is a nitrous, uh, yeah, NOx, nitrous monoxide. That thing pollutes like crazy. That's why they catalytic converters exist and PCV valves.
Mm-hmm.
But people say that carbon dioxide is the pollutant for the ozone layer, which is it's true that the the carbon dioxide content of an engine or internal combustion engine is basically gone like crazy. It depends on a setup though. So when it comes to EVs, I doubt that it will be a good solution for the replacing the internal combustion engines because I got news for you, Dick. You know what's the news?
Mm.
Porsche, they are developing a new type of gasoline fuel to save the
Oh yeah,
internal
the synthetic one, the total synthetic one.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've heard about that. And it would be good because like here in Brazil, oh sorry, let me just say something to Scoops here. Randomly remember I have a PS3. Oh, you still have a PS3, Scoops? That's pretty nice. And it's nice to see that it's still working. No technology back in the day, things used to work for a lot of time. And I mean, I kind of agree with Nero here, where that is saying that it's almost like EVs are a proof of concept, that it's still a very unpolished and rough idea. But the problem is that people are not treating EVs like that, you know? People are treating EVs as if they are already this like very perfect technology that is totally finalized and already reached its fucking apex when it comes to development, and that the whole world is ready to accept and change your whole fleet. And you see that in the sort of things that the European Union, the sort of laws that they are trying to pass right now, pretty much saying that, oh, okay, so cars manufacturers should stop producing internal combustion engine cars in like 10 years, and like internal combustion engine cars should stop being driven around in like 15 years. Like, come on, you have to wait until the technology gets developed before you do something like that, you know? Europe now is harvesting its bad decisions when it comes to energy generation from the last, what, 10 years, 15 years with this whole thing in Ukraine. They are harvesting the bad choices that they've made when they decided to dump like nuclear energy, because the green parties decided to say like out of the blue, oh, nuclear energy is shit, so we shouldn't invest any more money in that, and we shouldn't care about coal anymore. We shouldn't care about anything else. We should only care about buying gas from Russia, and then worrying about like renewable energy sources. But then people forget that Europe is not this very sun blast continent where you have like sun available and wind available at all times of the year. They forget that renewable energy sources are not consistent, because they depend a lot on the weather, and they put their entirety energy safety in, oh, we're gonna buy natural gas from this particular country, and then the country decides to go on war, or the country decides to stop selling them like natural gas, and then they're fucked, you know?
Yeah.
Like they've been harvesting the consequences of these bad decisions, and now they are doing exactly the same thing with the whole car related stuff. Because there's a thing I've heard a few months ago. I've heard that apparently the UK already consumes over 90% of all the energy they are able to make. You know, with all the energy they are able to generate from the energy sources that they have, they consume like 90% of it as it is today. Okay, their entire fleet is not composed by electric vehicles. There's a lot of internal combustion cars, and they are still the majority. Now, imagine a world where we would have enough lithium to change the entire car fleet from the world into EVs. Imagine that from one day to another, the entire car fleet from the UK would become EVs. If the country is already using 90% of all the energy that it produces, how the fuck they expect to be able to use like to recharge these cars. You know, it's that whole thing where they are saying that you shouldn't be allowed to drive an internal combustion engine anymore, an internal combustion engine car anymore. They are saying that, okay, you should buy an EV right now because we're giving you like tax discounts and benefits, things like that. And then comes a situation like what Europe is going through nowadays. And they say, oh, you can't turn the heat on your home because, you know, we don't have enough energy. So you can't turn the heat on your home. So if you can't heat yourself because electricity is scarce and it's very expensive, how the fuck are you supposed to recharge your car? Like how? It's impossible.
The thing is that when it comes to EVs right now, generally speaking, most of the Tesla fanboys out there, I'm pretty much sure most of them are angry at me. I commented about the Twitter post on about electric vehicles, and I told the harsh truth about the EVs itself. So the problem with the lithium-ion batteries is that I know how batteries work, and when it's already like used up in multiple cycles, it ages, and then the life expectancy of a battery decreases. So they have this so-called I forgot the term, but there is a like a crystallization on the lithium-ion batteries. So once that crystallization happens inside the battery, it floats most of the time on the lithium-ion batteries, and all the types of batteries, there's a crystallization effect on between the polarities. So once the crystallization is in effect, well, there's no turning back. When it comes to EVs in general, most of the Tesla fanboys will say, yeah, the internal
sometimes my genius is
dead and everything.
It's almost frightening.
EVs will be the future and everything. Well, most of the people doesn't realize that, well, problem is that once the battery's up, you'll be paying $20,000 plus labor. So you might end up spending around 22 grand.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so first, let me see here. Yeah, synthetic fuel would be a huge breakthrough. Yeah. Okay, so Scoops is saying that with his PS3, he booted COD World at War and managed to find a match in like 10 seconds. That's even better than the new Modern Warfare. I don't usually find a match within 10 seconds. I hope you didn't have to face any hackers, because I know that game is full of hackers, Mr. Scoops.
Wait. World at War is servers is still alive?
Well, apparently, yes.
That was shocking.
Yeah, Nero says that he wants to hear the engine because he wants to know if something is bad with it.
So anyhow, in case you didn't know, Mr. Deck, in the 1900s, that was before the utilization of the internal combustion engine. There are few attempts at making an electric vehicle.
No, I actually you missed that part, because I was actually talking about the history part of the EV, and I actually showed to people like a few examples. At a particular point, the sales numbers for cars in America, comparing like internal combustion engines to electric engines, was pretty much 50-50, because cars back then, electric cars back then, they had a huge appeal with women, because, you know, in the first decade of the 1900s, cars were still very expensive. You know, the Model T haven't been invented yet to, you know, as a way to cut costs and shit like that. And pretty much cars were something that only the rich could afford. And a rich woman, she wouldn't like to go out there driving a car smelling like fucking gasoline and oil. And they had the EVs, which even though it still had like a very shitty range, they were easy to drive, they were quiet, and people would be able to ride in them and not stink like fucking have burn gasoline and motor oil from the rest of the journey, you know. So it was very popular with women, but after a few breakthroughs when it comes to the technology in internal combustion engines and how it became easier to use, since in order for you to keep driving around, the only thing that you needed was to stop and refuel your tank. Pretty much the electric vehicle lost a lot of force.
Yeah, so the thing is that, well, again, in case you didn't know, here in Canada, I do believe in some of the parts in North America, they are increasing the. Do you think EVs are free cost of electricity? No, you have to pay them like fucking gas. Elon Musk is being greedy. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. He's a greedy fucker.
I mean, in Poland, the nuclear energy not used is because of the Chernobyl disaster. I mean, I totally understand, Nero, that there is a huge fear of that, but there's also a lot of, and I'm gonna say it's not even misinformation, it's a disinformation going around when it comes to nuclear energy, because the nuclear energy of today is very different than the nuclear energy from the late 70s to early 80s, and especially from Soviet nuclear energy, right? The whole thing of, oh, so nuclear power plants, they generate a lot of nuclear waste and that's very prejudicial. Man, there's a YouTube channel, I don't remember the name of the guy, I could look and share the information with you guys on the Discord server later. But there's a YouTube channel where the guy does a bunch. His channel is focused on nuclear energy as a whole, and he has a special video showing how like the different kinds of nuclear waste and how these byproducts from the nuclear energy are dealt with in this industry. And you realize that they have things pretty much solved to this point, and it wouldn't be a problem. Now, the problem is, and I might trigger some people when I say this, but Europe pretty much decided to go full dum-dum, and instead of thinking realistically, they decided to start hearing 12 and 15-year-old fucking teenagers that never did anything like at all in their own lives and take the words of these teenagers as, oh, we should do that to take care of the environment. So you have a continent with like thousands of years of history, thousands of years of wisdom, you know, a lot of technology, and instead of thinking, using the logic and using like reasoning, they decided to start listening to a bunch of teenagers when it comes to, oh, we should do that in order to take care of the environment. And these people don't know shit, you know.
Yeah.
And you end up with these sorts of situations where you're doing bad decisions, you're choosing poorly, like over and over and over again, and someday that will bite you in the butt. Someday that will return that will haunt you. The consequences. It's pretty much like that meme from, I think it's Usada Pecora, where she says, "Oh no, no, ho ho ho! If ain't is the consequences of my own actions." You know, it's something like this. So you have nuclear energy, which is something very clean and very effective, and instead of investing on that and developing that and not doing like dumb things like they did in the late 60s and early 70s with a couple of a very bad position nuclear power plants in Europe. Like, if I'm not wrong, there's a nuclear power plant in Germany that the power plant literally sits on top of one of those fractures in the tectonic plates.
Oh boy.
Plates, not plates. The nuclear power plant sits on top of one of those like fractures in the tectonic plates. So it was a very dumb decision to put a fucking nuclear power plant there because earthquakes are a thing. Well, apparently, right? But instead of looking and actually doing decent things, no, they decided to listen to a bunch of fucking teenagers. And no, Nero, those teenagers, they are not millennials. They are Gen Z, fellas, because they were born after 2000. They are Gen Z. They are not millennials.
Yeah.
Okay, but only played like 3 matches and got longer and longer. Oh, so apparently like 200 to 300 players on COD World at War. Yeah, that's almost as much as Battlefield 2042 is having nowadays, Scoop. So yeah, it's not good, but it could be worse. You know, it could be Battlefield 2042.
Could be worse.
Now, going back to the thing that you were talking about, the batteries. Dandy, and how expensive batteries are. There's something else with these lithium batteries that people don't think about very often, because when we are talking about ordinary cars, you could have variations in your fuel mileage, of course.
Depending on the what kind of car it is. Like, for example, if you say boring again, I will hunt you down. Lexus is one of them. The IS250 has the gas mileage of a 28 miles per gallon on highway. So it's a decent vehicle. It's a decent gas mileage. Or if you want a gas guzzler, yeah, get a pickup truck that has a V8 in it, Toyota Tundra, boy. But it depends on how you drive and the engine itself.
There's a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors that come into place when it comes to the car mileage of an internal combustion engine car, like the amount of weight you're carrying, if the engine is working properly, the kind of fuel that you're using, even the pressure on your tires will influence how much gas mileage you would have. And also the way you're driving. If you're driving more aggressively, you will have like a worse gas mileage. If you're driving more conservative, you will have a better gas mileage. Now, here's one thing that people don't tend to remember. If you buy a smartphone nowadays, what kind of battery do your smartphone uses?
Oh, it's still a lithium-ion battery until now.
Exactly, it's a lithium battery, right? So if you buy okay, let's talk about Apple products. I know that I'm not an Apple user. I know you're not an Apple user as well. But Apple is very well known for this, shitty batteries. So you buy an iPhone, a new iPhone right now. It's the 14 one. I think it's the 14 one.
13. It's 13. Apple iPhone 13, I do believe.
Yeah, 13, 14. Fuck it. It doesn't matter. It's all the same. It's pretty much like FIFA. Every okay. So now I not only managed to piss the EV, the Tesla fanboys, the Prius fanboys, but I also managed to piss the fucking Apple fanboys. I couldn't care less. Now here's the thing: you buy one of those new smartphones now. Your smartphone will have a battery that lasts an X amount of hours. Also, depending on your kind of use, you know, if you're not using a lot, it will last longer. If you're using a lot, like heavy apps or games or things like that, it's gonna consume a little more. But technically, that battery has an amount of hours that is able to last, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what happens when you have a phone that is like 6 months older? Will the battery last the same?
Nah, it's already degraded at that point.
Exactly. Now, what happens in the span of 1 year? It would be worse, right?
Yeah, it will be like, for example, I think the crystallization got worse and then it punctured through the battery itself, and then
Exactly.
it will be bloated.
Exactly. And people forget about that in cars. You know, I don't know if it's because like a car is something that is very different from a smartphone, and people are just not able to, you know, connect the two things. Oh, so this car is using a lithium battery and this phone is also using a lithium battery. So if the battery of the phone loses capacity of holding its charge after a couple of like months, maybe years, probably the same thing will happen with the battery on the car, right? Since pretty much it's the same sort of technology and the same and especially the same sort of material. People forget about that. So now you have a vehicle that not only the amount of miles or kilometers that you're able to go with, let's say a full charge, will depend on what kind of weight are you carrying around or what kind of your style of driving, but also as time goes by, that thing will lose range.
Mm.
You know, it's
Yep.
not like an internal combustion engine that also it's gonna, some parts would start degrading and you would have to replace like some fuel lines. In older cars you have to replace their carburetors and shit like that. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna replace that part is gonna cost me like, I don't know, 200, 300, $1,000, and then I'm okay. I have a pretty much a brand new thing to use that won't jeopardize my gas mileage. No, you're gonna have to replace the whole battery. Either you're gonna have to pay for a new battery, or nowadays, since these batteries are pretty expensive, there's
They
a
are
couple
being
of
they are being remanufactured, and remanufactured ones have even more worse range.
yeah, exactly. But at least the person has a kind of a way out instead of having to pay like 10 grand or 14 grand for a battery pack in one of the older Tesla models, you know. And people kind of forget about this whole thing. And the problem with EVs is that the batteries itself. Wait a minute. Let me see what the guy said here. Also, Scoops, do you have like any other consoles apart from this PS3? Me with my little 1.1 engine driving a. I mean, after a particular amount of kilometers an hour, your car pretty much goes into almost like a cruise control, Nero, and it doesn't spend like a lot of gas.
Mm-hmm.
Me with my 2018 Huawei that needs a replacement battery. Yeah, I guess it's a cell phone or a notebook, Nero.
Huawei, I do believe it's a smartphone.
Okay. Same
they do
thing with
that as
some
well.
panels. They say they're gonna generate X amount of energy. No, you can never trust their fucking warranty or the amount of time that they say it would last.
Nah, I don't trust that. That's why.
Welcome,
That's why people say that.
stranger.
Oh, sir, do you want to have a warranty on your laptop? I say, fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, also, hi, not Max. You have a very interesting nickname, sir. Welcome. We are talking about EV cars nowadays. Not nowadays. Today, we are not here just to shit on EV cars. You know, the whole title of the stream was a little bit clickbaity. I'm not gonna lie, but we are not here to only talk shit about EVs. But we are here to talk, realistically about EVs as a whole. So now we are talking about lithium batteries. So
Yeah.
do you have like any stance on EVs as a whole, sir? If you have, make sure to share it with us.
Yeah, do take note that I already posted on my server that I won't be streaming around until 7 p.m. because I'm at work at the moment. I'm just doing my community shift so that after the community shift, I'll be like streaming until 3 a.m.
Oh, okay. Wait. So will you be streaming today or not?
today. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
So I'll be playing 3 hours of War Thunder because I need to finish some of the dailies.
Jesus
and then,
Christ.
And then guess what's the next one?
Wait, what do you mean?
Guess what's the next one after War Thunder?
Ah, okay.
Guess what?
What?
Almost
I don't know.
heaven, West Virginia.
Oh, Fallout 76
Yep.
from Bethesda. Okay, so not Max is asking why not just talk shit. But yeah, there's a thing with EVs that you can do where you can avoid 7,500 on federal tax. Wait, are you talking like an incentive from the government in order to buy an EV, Max?
Sounds like an incentive to me, to be honest.
Yeah,
like- I
because I
remember-
know that in Europe they do this. I remember hearing like Jeremy Clarkson talking about how the government would pay like I think it was 4,500 pounds from the price of a car for you to buy an EV. If you're buying an EV, like you got almost like a voucher from the government as a discount for like 4,500 bucks in your car, pounds.
Yeah, not worth it. Yeah, not
Yeah.
worth it. Not worth it. The cost of EV right now is like what? 40 grand, 50 grand, 60 grand. I was like, yeah, not worth it. Not fucking worth it. So
No,
That's the thing about
warranties are good, Nero. Warranties are good. We are not saying that warranties are not good. The problem with warranties is that a lot of them are pretty much it's almost like they know when that shit is gonna fail, and they set the warranty in a way that you won't have warranty when that thing stop working properly, you know? And also going back to your question, Max, the whole thing with EVs is that, and I'm the sort of person who likes to do these a little bit more complete analyses on a particular subject, because a lot of people nowadays are very passionate when they talk about some subjects, and either people hate EVs as if they are like the worst thing in the world, or they treat EVs as if EVs are the savior of humankind and the things that will solely handedly save our planet from the doomsday clock that is ticking every day because of fucking climate change. And it's neither of those things, you know. They are valid cars, but they are still have a lot of problems, and I'm here today to talk about those problems and show people that okay, EVs are a decent way of transportation, but you shouldn't treat them like they are these miraculous things that will be able to save the earth, you know, like a lot of people like to point out. Because when they do that, they don't actually believe that. They are doing that because they wanna feel good about the fact that they paid like 20 or 30,000 bucks in an EV, and they want to be praised by other people when they say, "Oh, I drive an EV because I care for the environment," you know. They actually don't.
Unfortunately, EVs in general, they use it as a social media bonus, because TikTok and shit.
Yeah, it's a huge like virtue signaling device, you know. Oh, I'm not like that guy over there who's driving that gas guzzling truck and destroying the earth while he parks in that particular restaurant and eats a huge steak. No, I'm a vegan EV owner. Ah, fuck off.
Big.
I prefer to pay normally than pay 20k. Okay, so let me see. I think I had something else to say about the fucking lithium battery shit. Oh, okay. So there's a couple more things that I would like to talk about. The lithium batteries. Another thing that people usually don't think about when it comes to these batteries is that they need to be discarded. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah. The issue with the electric vehicles themselves in general, when it comes to disposing a battery, it's a little bit way more dangerous than an airbag. Really.
Yeah, they need to be discarded, and the thing is, currently we don't have like effective ways to deal with these things. Like, we don't have ways to recycle these batteries, if I'm not wrong. We are not able to recycle these batteries like humans do with a wide variety of other materials. So those have to be discarded. And this process of discarding these batteries is also very
expensive.
It's not only expensive, but it damages the environment a lot. And then you have to remember that these things have a very short lifespan, these batteries. I'm not talking about the rest of the car, but take a Tesla for a consideration. Like, the whole floor of the Tesla, it's its battery pack, like the whole floor. So when it comes to changing a battery pack for one of those cars, you have to change and get rid of pretty much the whole floor part of the car. Now, that thing, those things, they are if I remember correctly, I guess the first Teslas got released around 2012 or 2013. So they are just reaching 10-year-old. You know?
Yeah. Some of them
if
are
you get a 10-year-old like internal combustion engine car, and it was, well maintained, it wasn't like treated let's say harshly, you have a very decent car. You have a reliable car that you can drive around, that can take you around, and you won't have like any big problems. You wouldn't have to discard that car just because the car pretty much, like 1/3 of the car decided to die on you. It's not how that works. And when you think about it, there are different things that you can do in order to help the environment. Like, every person has a wide variety of things that they can do in order to help to preserve our planet. Now, that sounded very progressive coming from me, and I know it's weird.
It's just common sense.
Yeah, but it's common sense. So you can do a wide variety of things, from like trying to generate less trash, trying to recycle a couple of the things that of the like the packs and pots and things like that you get from food items and other items in your home. You could go out there and help an organization to plant a bunch of plants around, to cultivate plants around. You can go out there and do like the Japanese people do, like taking the trash out of beaches, out of rivers, out of the streets, simple things like that. But I have Steam is the way to go. Well, they already tried that, Max. They already tried that. The problem with Steam engines is that they take way too much time to not only they take a huge amount of space, but they also take a huge amount of time in order to generate enough heat and power in order to drive a car. So that's why people kind of drop that whole idea.
Yeah, I mean,
It
I'm
would
not
sound
gonna
cool,
lie to
but
you.
it's very problematic.
I'm not gonna lie to you, but Steam engines in general is a pain in the butt to maintenance.
Wait, can you repeat that?
It's a pain in the butt to maintenance for a Steam engine. You need to clean everything up, but at the same time, the only problem is that you burn wood and coal, so it's almost the same.
Yeah. The whole majority of Steam engines would use those two things. Either one of those
Yeah,
two things.
yeah, so that's gonna be problematic. But at the same time, you have to replant the trees, which is no.
Yeah, but I pretty much think that he said that just as a funny moment, So going back to the whole ways that you could do in order to help, the environment. I think this whole thing of trying to generate less trash is something very simple that everyone could do, and when you think about it, having to buy a new car or having to buy a new battery pack every like 5 or 10 years because the lifespan of an electric vehicle is very small is totally the opposite, because you are not buying like a cell phone that is a very small piece of hardware. You're buying an entire car. So
Yep.
imagine if every 5 or 10 years every single person that bought an EV have to buy either a third of a new car, like a huge floor with a battery pack, or they have to buy an entire car. That would generate way more trash, way more like wasted resources than, frankly, than if you would just stay driving the same car for like 10 years, 20 years, or even if you would sell that car, but that car would still be driven around by someone else, I'm not sure how people will see this, but at least in my point of view, when you think about these old cars, even though a lot of them, after you do some research, you realize that especially after the 50s, a lot of car manufacturers start doing things in their cars in order for the cars to technically not last that much, because Henry Ford with the Model T way back, he had this philosophy where you would buy a car and you wouldn't need to buy another car, in your entire life. But then in the 50s, they realized, oh, there are things that we could do. There are things that we could say to people in order to, quote, help them to decide and buy a new car, and a new car would generate more profit for us. And if we manage to make them buy a new car every like 2 years or every 5 years or even at least every 10 years, there would be more money in our pockets, you know? And even after you do some research and you realize that they started doing this sort of thing back in the 50s, you have cars out there from the 50s, from the 60s, that they have been sitting in a fucking barn full of humidity, rats, raccoons, and all other sort of crap. The car has been sitting for like 5 decades inside a garage or inside a barn, and you go out there, you check the engine still turns, it's not stuck, you know. You do some stuff, you change the oil, you clean some things here, some things there. And there's a lot of videos on YouTube of guys doing that, even with cars that sat like outside, you know, to be damaged by the weather and all sorts of like natural phenomena. And these like 50, 60, 70, 80-year-old cars, they still crank their engines, and they still are able to turn on and go out there a lot of the times, being driven under their own power after those many years, you know, sitting in like total disregard. And when you remember that if a car is like 50 years old, it's already driven around so many people, so many families. Yes, it was releasing toxic gases, you know, polluting gases around these years, but think about how many people got driven around by these cars, you know. And these cars are still able to do that nowadays. And if you don't destroy them, if you don't crash them, if you keep maintaining them, they will still be doing this like 50 years in the future, for fuck's sake, you know. Unless a fucking bureaucrat decides that you're not able to drive your gas guzzling V8 Buick Skylark, 1955 Skylark out there, that thing will still be driven like 50 years down the line. I bet I bet my own ass that a Tesla won't be driven around like in 20 years. Like one of those, a modern Tesla, like a 2022 Tesla, I bet my ass that thing is not gonna be driven around in what, 2044? It won't. It just won't. It won't last. And this internal combustion car, it got produced once, and that's it. You know, it was a single car. You didn't have to discard it or anything like that. Now you think about the Tesla, and you're gonna need one of those new things like every 5 years or every 10 years. Now imagine everyone having to do that, both with the cars and also the battery packs. Like, what kind of environmental impact that sort of like pretty much endless consumption will bring? Because a lot of people say that, oh, we consume a lot of products nowadays, the whole way that especially the Western societies consume products, it's harmful for the environment. And the same sort of people is advertising for a car that won't last 15 years. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I'm gonna hop off to the phone right now because I'm going to do some posting and then I'll be traveling back.
Okay, so, no worries.
Let me move my Discord to my phone.
Okay. If you really care about the environment, drive a bicycle. I mean, it's a nice way, Max, for those people who like bicycles. I mean, it's a good way, you know. The only sort of polluting gas that you will be releasing riding a bicycle out there is your farts. You know, that's the only thing. It's stinky, yes. It contributes to climate change, yes. But at least you would have enough moral to say, okay, I'm being, quote, environmental conscient, you know, because pretty much the bicycle is what, a piece of a huge contraption made of metal and rubber parts, and both of these things can be easily recycled. So yes, if a person say, oh, I don't drive a car around because I want to help the environment and that's why I ride a bicycle around, okay, props to this person, you know, props to this person. But for those who say, oh, I don't drive an internal combustion car around because I care about the planet, and then they are driving a Tesla or one of the electric BMWs that they have nowadays. No, you just want to look good, you know. Not you. I know you're not one of these people. Oh, by the way, Max, in bicycle can last you a lifetime if maintained. Yeah, cars as well. Old cars as well. Like it's just like I was talking about. One of the things that I spend a huge amount of time doing is actually going on YouTube and looking for those videos of guys getting these cars, and it's usually cars from the 40s to the 60s, usually American cars that have been sitting inside a barn, or usually or sometimes even outside through like decades and decades and decades over, and the car is full of rat poo, it's full of nuts from squirrels and a wide variety of other things, and they are able to do a couple of simple repairs with the car, and more often than not the car starts, you know. And you see so many videos like that. I actually have a video right here in my watch later list that I think I'm gonna watch like next Monday, which is like a patrol car from the late 70s, I guess. It's a Dodge patrol car, so it was a police car, and it had been sitting in a field for like 25 years, and apparently the guy was, you know, being able to fix the car and move it around. And I am 110% sure that Tesla wouldn't be able to do that, because Teslas are not even they are dying with while they are less than 10 years old. So how the fuck am I supposed to expect that car to be working like 20 years, 40 years down the line? It's impossible. There's this video going around. I'm not sure if you guys actually saw that. Let me see if I can actually find that video, because I think it would be very nice to show it to you. Turkish Tesla mode. Okay, so here it is. So let me show this to you guys. Let me pause my Spotify right here. We can resume our 1950 songs in a couple of minutes. Let me go to, where is it? Oh, it's this here. You guys can see this, right? So this guy right here, apparently he bought a Tesla, a brand new Tesla, okay? And he left it in a garage, in an underground garage in Turkey for apparently close to a month. And that is what the car became after this month. Now, I am not sure if the place flooded or anything like that, or if he had, you know, I don't know, did something inside the car with some maybe some body juices, you know, I think you guys know what I might be talking about. Maybe he did something like that and he didn't clean the car properly, and then he left the car to sit there for like this whole period of time. But what ended up happening? Let me just change right here. I want to check if this is the correct video, but I think it is. Oh yeah, it's this one. I just don't want to like do anything wrong that could be made me. So let's watch this thing. See how much mold. Look at this. Look how much mold there was inside the car. I still think that something happened with this car, like some sort of substance got inside the car that generated that huge amount of mold, because that certainly doesn't look natural. You know, maybe it's something that it was, you know, made by the guy in order to, you know, generate this viral video. I don't want to know. I don't know, in fact. But you really want to tell me that a car that is not able to last for like 20 years without any sort of major problems, it's gonna last like 50, 70, 100? Like some of these things here in the background could last? I doubt. I really doubt. I want to do a restoration too. I got a neighbor who has an old Mustang. It never moved for at least 15 years, and I sent him, oh, you actually did, Max. Okay, so if you don't wanna answer that question, all right, no worries. But do you live in America? Because if that's the case, oh, wait a minute.
Oh boy. Yeah, Tesla in general.
Let me. You change things here. You change spaces, not spaces, devices here. So
Yeah, I changed the devices. I went to my mobile phone, I do believe.
yeah, I just want to check the volume level. Ouch, my eye.
Mhm. My eye. Oof, that's gonna be painful.
No, it's just some, I don't know, just something that hit my eye, but it's okay, so there's a lot of very nice cars for you to restore in America, Max. Dandy here, my friend, my VTuber friend, actually let me do a shout out to Dandy. Danny here is actually doing some restoration classes in Canada, but he wants to move to the US. So,
Correction, it's an automotive class that I'm taking here in Canada.
oh, I see.
So, yeah, so automotive service technician, but I can do engine I can do take up a part of an engine, so I can
Okay.
restore some shit.
Okay, so
Oh my! Whoops.
two things first, Danny. First, Max, if you like War Thunder related content or car related content, Dandelion is a nice choice. So make sure to follow him. I assure
Max
you,
is
you
my
won't
follower.
regret. Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, Matt. Yeah, he was there most of the time on streams.
Ah,
So-
okay. And another thing, the clip that got shown to from you, Danny, was a very old clip from you playing like Metal Gear Solid 2 with another model. What the fuck was that?
Yeah, that's my old model back before I had a Live 2D.
Back in the times of steam-powered car.
Back in a time where I'm using only like almost a potato PC.
Oh, so pretty much you had a PC like close to mine.
Well, almost. It's a Ryzen 5 2600 with a RX 580 on it.
So your main choice for now, Max, is the Mustang, but is it like any Mustang, or do you have like a specific model year that you would like to restore?
Yeah, I have to break it to you, but when it comes to Mustangs and you're going to restore it, please don't modify it even further because you might end up injuring yourself while driving.
Oh, well, oh, come on. You're saying that the person is shouldn't be able to modify their car because they can become a crowd killer. It's a Mustang. It's passive, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, one of my professors modified it real hard, so
No. There's a lot of Mustangs out there. Okay, so everyone that knows me in real life, when it comes to old cars, know that I'm very purist when it comes to old cars. Okay, but these models, that there's a lot of them out there, you know, things like Impalas, Mustangs, any old car that has a wide variety of like generations and models and shit like that, unless you're talking about, oh, so I got my hands on this very rare model, then I'm gonna say to you, okay, so please don't modify it, try and leave the car as original as possible. But if for you, like, any model is okay, like any generation, you really don't care a lot about this, you just want like a Mustang, just go out there, do whatever you want with the car, you know, just make sure that I'm not gonna even say that you shouldn't try funny things, you know, because anyone that have any sort of experience with rear wheel drive, and especially a car that has a decent amount of horsepower or torque, knows that it's impossible not to want to do something funny with the car. Like, if you never did anything funny with your car, if you have a rear wheel drive car and you never did anything funny with it, you're doing it wrong. You might as well just buy a front wheel drive car, okay? But know your car, know what you're dealing with, and be responsible. If you're gonna do something funny, do in a place where you wouldn't hurt other people or you wouldn't hurt other people's properties, okay? If you wanna risk, try to risk yourself and your property, not other people's lives and other people's property as well, because that's bad. That's bad. That's I condemn, like, very bluntly. But yeah, go out there. If you have one of those places where you can go on track days, for example, it's perfect because you have a place where you can legally go fast and do some maneuvers. If you live in Europe, you have the fucking Nürburgring, where you can pay, like, I don't know, 20 euros, 30 euros and do a lap on Nürburgring with any car. So it's nice. Just be responsible, okay? Have some fun, do whatever the fuck you want with your car, but be fucking responsible.
Anyway, there's another reason why I don't like EVs. The lithium-ion batteries itself, when they get punctured, it will go full crazy.
Oh yeah, your car is gonna burn to a crisp. Like, there's absolutely nothing you could do. There's absolutely nothing the firefighters could do. Your car will burn. That thing is it's more dangerous than fucking napalm.
I love the smell of the napalm in the morning.
I love the smell of burned EV batteries in the morning.
Oh man.
Wait. Back. Okay, so Nero is saying that your clip was from the Flintstones, where your neighborhoods, what? Neighbors Louis? What the fuck is a Louis?
Oh my god.
Louis? Yeah, I have no idea what that acronym is for. It's a fairly new car, a 2005 GT Mustang. Oh, okay. That's a very nice generation of Mustang, Max. I like that generation. I think that they look good. But do you know if it's like a V6 or a V8, or you're not aware of that? And what kind of thing are you planning to do with that particular car? Because you already said that you want to modify it, and especially since it's not a very old car, I give you even more support to modify it. Just don't put like Lamborghini doors on it, please. You know?
Caesar door, suicide door.
It's the only thing that I ask you. Don't put Lamborghini doors on the Mustang. Don't do it.
I'm gonna put mine. Just kidding.
Wait, what did you say?
I'm gonna put mine. Just kidding.
Oh, that might make the fucking Lexus that you like a little bit less boring if you put one of those doors.
Shut up. Oh, shut up.
No. Come on. Okay. Now let's show this. Which model is it? Is the IS 250?
IS 250. Yeah.
IS to which year?
I believe it's an 08 one.
2008?
Yep.
Oh my god, it's so boring.
Shut up.
I can see a Karen driving this car, Dandy.
Oh, shut it.
Taking its kids to soccer.
Hey,
like, Mom.
It's not boring.
No, it's totally boring, Dandy.
Oh, shut it.
Remember. Okay. So there it is, guys. There's a. Before I show you the car that Dandelion like, there's a thing that I've heard once when it comes to car design. I don't remember who told where I heard that, but they say that in order to check if a car design is actually beautiful, you have to put that particular car in the white color. If you look at one of that particular model, if you're looking at one of those things in white and it still looks good, it still looks gorgeous, then it's a good design, right? Now let me show you guys what kind of car Dandelion says that it's a pretty one. In white, just to make sure that we are doing the correct thing here, that we are dealing with the correct measurement here.
It's not boring.
It is totally fucking boring. Look at this. Look at this thing. Look at this shit. It looks boring as fuck. You can clearly see a Karen with its blonde hair opening the rear doors so the kids could get inside after the soccer and the ballet practice. You see? You can totally see that. You can totally see one of those very boring teachers from, I don't know, like a middle school parking one of these things in its parking spot, you know? An ordinary teacher. It's not even a set. If it was a sub, it would be good for a teacher. Yeah. But no, it's a Lexus, and it's a boring one.
It's not boring. Look at 2014. Look at 2014, 2013 Lexus.
No, you already changing years. You talked about the 2008 one. This is the 2008 one. It's boring.
It's not boring.
It is. Truth be told, okay, I'm gonna give you some credit, because at least this thing right here. Is it like the first generation? No, right?
No, it's not. The first generations are like 06s. 2006.
2006.
Yeah.
No, the ES actually started apparently in 98. Now, okay, At least the dandy one, the dandelion one, it's boring. Yes, it's boring, but at least it doesn't look disgusting. Now, this thing right here looks disgusting. Wait a minute. And now, because I wasn't happy enough to also to take flack from the even fanboys and the Apple fanboys, now I'm gonna take some flack from the Lexus fanboys as well. Because look at this. This is even worse. Like, look at this shit. This is awful. It's even worse than the 2008 one.
What do you mean? What year is it?
The 1998, the IS200. This is awful. It pretty much looks like a fucking. It pretty much looks like a fucking worse than Toyota Corolla.
Hey, Toyota Corolla is even more boring.
This is in the same range of boring, sir. Sorry.
Mother.
It's the same. It's the same sort of boring. Wait, the Caro one is the one you sent to me the other day on Discord, Nero? The old Polish car? Sure, Nero is saying, sure, it doesn't have much razzle dazzle, but it's function over design. I mean, if it's supposed to be function over design, I'm gonna choose a fucking Lada. At least that thing doesn't rust. What did you say?
What? Why?
Your voice cut it from me. Say it again.
What? Why a Lada? It doesn't make any sense at all.
I mean, if it's supposed to be, Nero was talking about the whole thing of it's function over form. It's supposed to be function over form. I would choose a fucking Lada. Because that's the epitome of function over form, because a fucking shoebox has more curves than that thing. And I like Ladas, you know, I'm weird. I like some Soviet cars.
Oh, the Eastern Bloc vehicle. Have a great day.
Not all of them, okay? I like Vogels, I like Chaikas, I like Ladas. I don't like Trabants. Trabants are a piece of crap.
The buns.
Oh, okay. So I have to. Okay, this whole thing just gave me another idea for another, like, car talk.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm gonna write this down, baby. I'm gonna write this down.
Oh no, you don't.
Yes.
I know you don't.
No, it's nothing related to. It's nothing related to shitting on your favorite Lexus. Don't worry about it.
Anyhow.
Don't worry about it.
Anyway. Oh my god. Why it's
What?
crumpled?
Why it's
boy,
crumpled?
The paper that was supposed to be for the board, it's now crumpled. I can't believe this shit.
Yeah, you're fucked. I would change the suspension and do some first stage engine upgrades and the exhaust. I don't know. Oh, you have a 2008 Cobalt. I mean, the Cobalts, if I remember correctly, apparently they are not bad cars. I think it's a decent grocery getter. I think they got a few. Yeah. It's one of those cars where, they do the job they were supposed to do, which is moving you around. It was either, no, I think it was the mid 2000s Impala that Chevrolet released that had a fucking rear end that looked a lot like the Nissans with the two like tail lights, the two double tail lights.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember using the Cobalt way back in, I guess, Need for Speed Most Wanted, the original one.
Yeah, there's a Lexus IS2 300 there as well.
Yeah, I would rather choose the Cobalt.
Too bad the Need for Speed Most Wanted, I went Lexus.
Yeah, because you have bad taste. Now,
I heard-
okay. You're talking about Lexus. I'm gonna show you guys the good Lexus, the good looking one.
Are you talking about the ISF?
No, of course not. Do you think I like? Do you think I like sports cars? No, I like huge barges. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh no.
You know what I'm
Oh,
talking
no.
about.
Oh no.
Yes, you know what I'm talking about. Oh fuck! I hate when it comes in this. Wait a minute.
Are you talking about the LS400?
Of course, it's the LS400.
Oh
This
boy.
thing looks mighty.
Well, ironically, there's an LS400 on sale right now here in Canada.
You're not
for,
gonna
like,
buy it, so
$8,000.
shut the fuck about it. You're not gonna buy it. Why do you keep talking that to me? Just because I like the car and I would buy it if I was there and I had the money? Now, this is what the car... I mean, it's very boxy, I know, but I like boxy cars and like... old ass designs. What can I say? Like, it's not my fault. But Max, if you have the opportunity to like get a manual Mustang, and I know that it might be a little bit complicated at first when it comes to driving, and also finding a manual Mustang, because after all, America. It's pretty nice. Like, I know I'm gonna have to get used to automatic cars because America, but I still find like manual cars way more funny to drive than automatic ones. I don't know, automatic ones just look whatever. Okay, I'm driving here, you know. But I like this thing right here, the Lexus LS400. This was like the epitome of luxury, of Japanese luxury back in the early 90s. And there's also a bunch of cars from a Japanese brands that are like exclusively to Japan and were never sold, at least not in their era, their time, in other countries, that look pretty cool. But all of them have like some very conservative design choices, you know, very boxy bodies and things like this.
Anyhow, yeah, the EVs themselves, compared to safety, internal combustion engines themselves, they are more safe than the EVs itself. Because what the fuck?
Yeah, but now we have to talk, we have to give some, I mean, it's not even giving credit to the EV, because when it comes to internal combustion engine cars, we are talking about over 100 years of technology development when it comes to safety in internal combustion engine cars. So you have everything from making an engine more reliable to actually creating ways that in case of an impact, the engine wouldn't be shoved into the fucking driver and passenger's face, you know. And this is the sort of thing that is still very early when it comes to EV development. So yes, like internal combustion engine cars are still more safe than EVs, but this is something that they will find a way to develop that, because nowadays there are way too many regulations when it comes to safety in vehicles, and companies have to abide to those regulations. So I am pretty sure that this is something that they are starting to work on it, and they will be able to reach the same or even safer levels of safety in vehicles than the internal combustion engines. But yes, like if Klaxon! If you have any problem with like an EV nowadays, an accident, the chances of that battery going off and burning your entire vehicle to a crisp are very high, and I am not sure if EVs have any sort of manual controls for like doors and things like that, but
Unfortunately,
frankly,
there's none.
yeah,
None
yeah,
so
that
far.
that is something that kind of scares me because frankly, I wouldn't trust seeing how computers behave, like out of the blue, seeing how consoles, cell phones, everything that are pretty much like computers, seeing how erratically they can behave at sometimes. I wouldn't feel safe knowing that, okay, so I crashed my car, the car the car caught fire, it's burning, and I'm fucking stuck here, and I'm not able to open my doors because everything is electronically controlled, and the computer just went haywire and I'm trapped, you know.
Yeah, no. will not
I
risk my
wouldn't
life
feel
for that.
comfortable with that.
I will not risk my life for that, to be honest. I'd rather die. I'd rather
yeah.
die in a goddamn.
I mean, if
by
it's
being
supposed,
shot.
if I'm supposed to die in a car crash, I would rather crash into a fucking wall at like 150 miles an hour in an old car and just be done with than get trapped inside a fucking Tesla and burn to a crisp with the fucking battery pack. At least kill me fast. You know, don't leave me suffer getting roasted like a fucking rotisserie chicken.
Wow. Imagine roasted Mr. Dick.
Yeah,
Imagine.
I would choose something that is not fucking 40 to 60 years old, made in USSR. Chevy Cobalt. That's so stupid. Yeah, but I mean, Soviet cars, yes, they were bad, like most of them. But I'm not gonna lie. Max is talking about talked about the Niva. The Niva is a pretty effective car. I'm not sure if I can call it like good, but it's a very effective car for what it is supposed to do, which is being a small and very capable off-roader. Also, if you want to shit talk any car, first take a step back, look at. That's the problem, Nero. I know the Multipla, and the version you're talking about is the, I think it's the late 90s Multipla. That thing is definitely like hideous. That should be compared to a war crime, you know. The designer that did the design for that car, he should be in jail because he committed crimes against humanity, creating a shitty ass design like that gen of the Multipla. But it's funny because if I'm not wrong, the Multipla actually started in the late 1950s, and at first it was like a minivan version of the Fiat 500, and the original Multipla, it's either the Fiat 500 or the Fiat 600, and the original version of it was it's not weird, it's different. It's the same sort of different that you would see in some Italian and also French cars, so it's pretty European. I think I could say that around that particular decades, you know, the 50s, the 60s, the 40s, but it's not ugly. Right now, the late 90s one, that one is ugly. And the next generation, where they changed a bunch of the things, but they maintain like the very tall roof line, it's less ugly, it's less aggressive to your eyes, but it's still ugly as fuck.
Right.
Wrong.
Alright.
You're wrong for liking the Lexus LS 250.
What?
Just kidding. My sad little cobalt, I had to give it CPR because it was never maintained. Oh, poor thing. The inside of the engine looked very burned, like it ran out of oil more than once. Jesus Christ, how that car? Okay, props to that cobalt to be able to handle so much stress. Also, Max, like, how much time have you been the owner of this car? And I guess you weren't its first owner, right? Half of the cars is still driving on the roads of Poland. Look like the Multipla. They are no eye catchers. Well, that's bad. I'm not gonna lie. We kind of deviated a lot from the whole EV. We're gonna go back to that in a moment, but European cars nowadays, I really don't find they're attractive, like, at all. All of them look very similar, and it's always the same modern lines, and I just find it boring. Like the Skoda, I mean, I think Skoda has some decent looking models, but that's it. Pretty much that's it. At least for me, but I mean, I'm you know, an old boomer. I grew up in Ukraine. My dad taught me to drive manual when I was 8 years old. Oh, you learned. Oh, okay. So if you learn to drive manual on a Soviet car with gearboxes that were pretty much Fiat products adapted to the fucking Soviet Union, you can drive anything. You can drive anything, Max. Guys, I know how shitty Fiat gearboxes can be, and imagine that getting a shitty gearbox and making it in Soviet Union. The chances of that actually how should I put that? The chances of that actually improving the gearbox are very slim. So yeah, I'm pretty sure you're very capable of driving pretty much any stick shift car that you can find for sale in America. Oh no, not like the Multipla. Hey, we were talking about the Multipla. I thought you were talking about the Multipla. It's not my fault. Oh, what kind of question did I... Oh, I asked you if you were... how much time have you been with the Cobalt, Max?
If it's an SS variant.
I mean, yeah, it could be. Is it an XS? Yeah, oh shit. Is it an SS variant, Max? By the way, Trabant looks good. The Trabants, they don't look ugly. They look simple. Outsidely speaking, you know. The inside looks very shitty. The outside doesn't look that bad, but then the car is a train wreck. So yeah, like, I like old cars, but if someone offers me the opportunity to drive a Trabant, I won't refuse. But do I want a Trabant in like maybe a future old car collection? No. You know, just no. Just leave that it. So we were talking about the batteries. We talked a lot about the batteries, the safety of the batteries.
Quality assurance, the QA.
Oh, but this is something that can... This is something that can plague like every vehicle. Then yeah, I'm not gonna take that into consideration because like there are so much instances out there of companies that fail like heavily. when it comes to quality assurance and support. That I don't think that it would be fair to say that EVs are the only one plagued with that, you know, with those particular issues, not energies. We talked about the whole issue with the amount of energy necessary, right, to power those things. Okay, so I guess I want to show you guys a couple of EVs that I actually find interesting. Let me get some pictures right here. Just give me a minute. You guys will see some sort of pattern when it comes to my tastes. But it is pretty much well known that I like old things and old designs, and people are breaking my home here, playing with dogs. Give me a minute. I'm gonna take get these pictures here. Where the fuck is my script? Why? Are you sure you're gonna stream today, Danny? Don't you want to just sit here and keep talking with me for the rest of the night?
Well, I'm almost done working here, actually. So, yeah, I'm almost done working. I'm just doing some finishing touches.
Yeah, just stay here. Don't need to stream every day. Oh, let me... Hey Dick, look up okay, I'm gonna butcher that. Varsava car on the internet. Okay. I had a Cobalt since 2019. It was my mom's car, but I work on it since 2015. Sadly, it's an LS and automatic. Oh, I see.
The LS models.
Yeah, so you know your way around cars apparently, right, Max? Like doing some maintenance and things like that. Let me actually look into this FSO Varsava that near. Oh, that doesn't look that bad. It kind of looks like a Morris Minor. It looks a lot like a Morris Minor. A little bit bigger though, but it looks a lot like a Morris Minor. There's a station wagon version. Varsava. It's the... Yeah, it doesn't look half bad. But since this is from Soviet Union, I would guess this thing was produced until like what, like the late 80s with this particular design, probably. Also, there's a version with... This version right here kind of looks good. It's a 1958. Oh, this photo looks like it was taken in fucking Cuba.
Cuba.
Yeah. I mean, Cuba, for those who... I know it's a Polish car, but wasn't Poland like part of the Soviet Union for a while? Or am I talking shit? Please don't tell me I'm talking shit. Was Poland part of the USSR? Yeah, it was. No. Okay. It was never actually part of the USSR, but it was one of the satellite states. I'm sorry. I don't want to offend any Polish people here. I actually like you guys. Don't be like that. Oh, shit.
Someone redeem a no cursing redeem.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's way too late for that. Who was that?
No. Somebody, anyone? Just redeem a no cursing redeem.
Okay. You're asking. No, don't go out there giving them ideas, Danny. I can probably take it completely apart and put it back together, but I don't have a dedicated space for it. Oh, I see, Max. Don't you have, like, in your area one of those places where you could rent in order to work on your car? Like, not an actual, like, repair shop, a whole repair shop, but I remember reading about some places where you could rent and then they have a decent amount of space. Some of these places actually even have like tools, things like those lifters. Oh, probably it's because I talk way too much, Max, and sometimes it takes a while for me to fucking answer the messages. I'm sorry, I talk way too much. FSO Sirenka, what is that? FSO Sirenka. Sirenka or Sirena? Sirenka. Right, I'm gonna write it just the way you were. Okay, okay, this one is not that good looking. Oh no. Oh, there's this. Oh, this mole. Oh, okay, this thing is cute. Okay, this one, the bubbly one is cute. The square one, not that much. Oh, it even has a smile. That's cute.
Yeah, I remember the Mazda Miata, the 98 model, 1998 model. It has a smiley face in it.
Yeah, Miatas are very good cars, by the way. I like Miatas. Yeah, I'm gonna show it on screen right now, Nero. I have to look into this renting. Yeah, take a look at it. Maybe you could find some of these in your area, in your general area. Also, I mean, I usually tend to hang around with some car people, Max, and there's always someone that has either a huge house with a lot of space, or maybe like a property in a more like distance area that is not within the city, where we can like fiddle with the cars and do stuff like that. It's always nice to have people around that actually like cars as well, in order to have these sorts of opportunities when you need space, you know, because if you have to do like any sort of like emergency maintenance and you need a little bit more space, it could be complicated. Okay, so apparently this thing right here is the Sirena that Nero was talking about. I don't think it looks bad. It looks cool. It seems like one of those bubble cars from the late 40s and 50s, you know, things that got very popular in Europe as a whole after World War II, because very small cars, very fuel efficient cars, and that would require a small amount of materials in order to be produced. They are pretty cute. I like this one, I'm not gonna lie. Now the previous one that you told me, this one right here, the I don't want to butcher it, Varzava, shit. Oh, it's kind of cut in a little bit, so let me remove this. Let me remove myself from the screen. This thing looks good. I know there's a version which is like a hatchback that looks even, I mean, I think it looks okay. It kind of looks a little bit like a Morris Minor, the English one, but you know, bigger, way bigger, and a little bit more squarey. Now, let me go back to this screen right here, because I want to keep... There's a couple of like EVs that I want to show you guys that I actually enjoy their designs. I have a list right here, and I want to...
Don't tell me it's a Nissan Leaf. Don't tell me it's a Nissan Leaf.
I really want to punch you right now. I'm not gonna lie. I really want to punch you right now, Danny. Do you
What?
think I would like a fucking Nissan Leaf with that fucking futuristic, not futuristic, like modern design? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, sir. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Now, let me get these images right here. I don't have those people around me, and all my friends are complete nerds and gamers. Oh, I see. I mean, you already have some nice friends then, Max. You just need to expand your horizons and get in touch with some like car people as well, because the more the merrier, you know? Now here's the thing. Do you the place where you live, Max? Do you usually go to like car meetings and things like that? Because that's a very nice way to get in touch with car people. It's actually one of the ways that I've found to get in touch with these people and get to know them. It's pretty nice. Because especially when you're talking about owning an old car, you're gonna need people around you that know where you can get some parts, where you will find people that are able to work on cars, you know. It's very important to be able to do that now. And the only way you could do that is actually finding more car people. Wait a minute. Where is my... No, this is another one. Oh, here. Really? So the whole majority of the designs that I'm gonna show you guys are retro looking EVs, of course, since I like old shit. But there are some more modern designs as well that might surprise you. I know some of these cars are not as good as they are advertised, but at least for me, they look very cool. Now, the only one that is left is this.
I got corrected. My Discord crashed on my mobile phone.
Wait, what happened?
My Discord crashed on my mobile phone. That's why I ordered a tablet.
Wait, what do you mean it crashed on your mobile phone?
I was taking a picture of my board that is finished and I need to submit it to the office.
Oh, I see. Oh, also, Max, thank you for the following, man. You will be able to find me very often talking about, you know, old things, especially cars. Now, I have all the photos I want to show you guys. What the fuck is this noise in the background, Daddy?
Oh, I'm in an elevator.
Oh, that's a goddamn loud elevator.
Yes.
The only car meetings I know of are once every year. Okay, Max. Also, it will depend on what kind of city are we talking about here. But since America has the biggest car culture like in the entire world, and I'm not even joking when I say that, I'm pretty sure if... Yeah, they actually do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like here in Canada. Canada here has like less car culture because of the snow and environment. You know what's the car culture here? They are more on pickup trucks and SUVs. Yeah, because snow.
Okay,
Holy
Nero.
shit.
The yellow Sirena looks pretty cute. Yeah, it looks pretty cute. I know,
You know what's
only...
more cute?
What?
Nissan Cube.
Nah, nah. Man, there are so many cute and good looking Japanese key cars. The Cube doesn't look good, like, at all. Also, Nero, just shoot it. Let's see if I can answer that. I know of only one, and it's only but there are usually some unpredicted meets. Max, if you look, I'm pretty sure you will be able to find more car meets, like more organized ones, more frequently, and even maybe not in your city, but in the surrounding cities. And I think it would be a good thing if you could find these, because you will be able to meet a lot of very nice people.
Yeah, just watch out for the toxic people who are very, very elitist about their car culture.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people like that. Even here in Brazil, there's like the place where the kind of car meeting that I used to go. It was organized by 4 main like clubs in our city, and it was a Volkswagen club. There was a Chevrolet club that was the guys that had like the same model of car than I do. This one in the right here in the lower corner. There was the V8 Union, which was, as the name says, a bunch of guys with V8 cars, a wide variety of cars, but all of them V8s. And then there was the most elitist group of them all, was these very old guys that pretty much all of them had imported vehicles. So you had things from Corvettes and Pontiac Trans Ams, the black one with the Targa top and the huge Phoenix in the hood, from Cadillac Eldorados and Buicks and old Ford Model A's. And these guys, they were so fucking elitist. They would be the only group that would pretty much surround their cars with tape so no one could get even close to their cars. They would have the biggest area in the space to park their cars. So you will always find some elitist people in these meetings, Max, but don't feel ashamed. First of all, don't feel ashamed, and second of all, just try and get in touch with nice people, because I guarantee you that the majority of people that you will find in these places are actually good people. People that are willing to talk, people that are willing to make friends, people that are willing to give you tips, of like professionals that could take care of your car, of places where you could get parts. So just go out there, explore, and you are bound to find like nice people. Also, Nero, you could send it to me. I can't guarantee you that we're gonna do like we're gonna review them today, but you could send it to me. It would also be a nice idea for like a future stream. But if you would like, send to me the list on Discord and we can talk about it. Also, Max, when it comes to Discord, if you type !Discord on the chat, it will give you the link of our retirement home, so you could join and we could talk about the cars. There's actually a car corner where I usually post videos of cars and car related stuff, and I talk about these things, and we share pictures. Unfortunately, one of our members bought pretty much the car of his dreams a few months ago, and unfortunately the car got stolen and the criminals wrecked his car, and it's bad. But it's South America, so things don't work as they are intended to work here. So yeah.
God damn it. God damn it.
What?
You know what I just saw right just now?
A Fiat Multipla.
Nope, it's a Tesla Model 3.
I can't differentiate those things for me, and this is something that I wanted to okay, so before I show you guys the EVs that I actually find attractive, I'm gonna talk about the Tesla. Okay, I know they are not bad cars, right? I don't think they are all that much as like a lot of people like to say. In fact, there are cars out there that look way cooler than Teslas and are way better, especially nowadays when it comes to range and things like that. Now let me actually show you guys a car that I think it looks way better than a Tesla. Okay, this one looks pretty cool, but the picture is not that nice. This picture looks nice. This picture looks okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's fucking cold.
Of course, it's fucking Canada. What do you expect? Do you expect like a tropical weather, you motherfucker? The Chevy boat. Oh, also, thank you for joining the Discord, Max. Feel free to use the car corner as much as you want, and all the other corners as well. Okay, Nero, send me a list with the pictures from the ones that you would like me to rate. If we have enough time today, I'm gonna do it today, but if not, we're gonna leave it to another day and we'll be doing something special with these Eastern Europe cars. The boat. Wait, what? I don't know what you're saying, Danny.
Oh, it's just Russian in like Chigabriki sense.
Okay, so this thing right here, the Lucid cars, I have no idea of their models, okay, but this thing right here, it looks way cooler than a Tesla. It looks expensive, it looks luxurious, it just looks good. Like, look at this thing right here. There was a picture here that I really enjoyed. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can. Okay, so white, the black one looks pretty nice. Their lines are pretty nice. Now, look at this. Like, no, I want to open in a new tab. Yes. Just a picture, for fuck's sake. What?
Anyhow, I'll be going in now, and I'll be going live in a couple of minutes. So catch you later. Let's deck.
Okay, see ya. It was nice having you here, Danny. Good luck for you.
And hopefully no more salty matches, because I'm going to die internally.
You're playing War Thunder. You're supposed to deal with that.
All right. Anyhow,
okay, see
catch
ya.
you later.
Right, so this thing right here, the Lucid, it looks, at least in my opinion, it looks better than the Tesla. It looks more luxurious. It looks more classy, especially with all the designs in the roof and the different colors. I just find Teslas boring. You know, Teslas, even that what's the name of that thing, the SUV one, they just look like any other SUV. The only different thing that thing has from ordinary SUVs, like any other SUV around in the market, is the fact that it has going doors, you know. And going a little bit back when we were talking about the whole safety issue, like going doors are something that are very complicated when it comes to safety reasons, because those things are heavy. Now imagine having to deal with one of those doors in case of an accident, and not only that, but having to deal with the fact that that thing is electronically controlled, so that also might go haywire and you might not be able to open it. It's like one issue on top of the other. So there's a bunch of EVs out there already released and some others to be released, right? That look way better than a Tesla, in my opinion. And Tesla fanboys are just annoying as fuck, you know? They are just annoying as fuck. But now let me actually show you guys a couple of these things, because I think it's interesting. What do I think about the boat? I don't know a lot about the boat. I remember that Chevrolet had a couple of recalls with those vehicles back in the day. I'm not a big fan of its design, but it's because I'm not a big fan of like modern design for cars, right? It's not related to the boat itself. It's kind of related to that whole like 2000s to 2010 design of cars that I'm not a very big fan of. Now, when it comes to the car itself, I don't know a lot about it, so I can't say if I think it's a good or a bad car. Personally, I wouldn't buy one, but that's because I value like looks over. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I can't lie. I have an Italian car. I value looks over reliability. So, you know. Their factory got destroyed by a hurricane, so they stopped production a couple of times. Oh, I haven't heard about that one. But I guess that could really jeopardize the production of a car. So, I think when it comes to like EVs, modern EVs, remember, we are talking about both things that are already released, but also things that are not released yet. We have some things. Let me add this and let me add my expression again. So we have the Nob cars, these small things right here. These cars, they've been teasing these cars for a while already. I think they are a company from Sweden. And as you guys can see, this thing is pretty much like a 1950s car. In fact, the Nob one at my right, it's actually a tricycle. You know, it has only 3 wheels. It's pretty much like an inverted Reliant Robin. You know, the old school British Reliant Robin. But this thing, apparently, it doesn't flip like the Robin, which is a good thing, of course. I agree with you, Max. They are very cute. They look totally like any like micro car or small car. You can see some lines reminiscent of the Fiat Topolinos here, especially in this model to your right, or to my, wait, it technically should be to my left. Fuck it. You guys understand what I'm talking about. So we have the Nob. Unfortunately, I guess these cars were supposed to be available for purchase, I think in either 2019 or 2020, and the company has been postponing it over and over and over again, to a point where inside kind of the EV culture online, these things pretty much became memes because they keep releasing trailers for the cars, saying that the cars will be released soon, and it's pretty much becoming like one of those games that keep being postponed to the fucking eternity, you know. So they kind of became memes because of that, unfortunately. They look cool. They look cool. I would totally have one of these if the opportunity appeared, because I actually think that when it comes to space in cities, especially in these very huge cities with like hundreds and millions of people, cities in America and cities in Europe, I think that the whole SUV fever that is going on is kind of stupid. You know, because people were complaining about the cities not having a lot of space and that they have to rely on cars way too much and that the traffic is shit. But instead of going towards smaller cars, both the industry, the market, and also the people are moving towards bigger SUVs. And that's very... It's weird. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Morgan Motor Plus 4. Which one is that one? I know a few... Either OBS decided to fuck me again, or Twitch, or my own connection. Shit. Now instead of having a single stream for today, we have 3 streams on my fucking main page because of these. It's the second time that this thing decides to kill itself today. This is getting on my nerves already. Like, god damn it. We good? We good? Are we good? Are we back? Say something if we're back, fellas. Oh, also, before we keep going, let me grab some water. I'm gonna be right back. Very fast. Shit, it's so hot here. It's Brazil. Fuck, what am I expecting? Okay, so one of my dogs kind of decided to chase me to my fucking room. I think she thought I was carrying food or something like that, which I'm definitely not. They just decided to get some water. I got a Hydrate Redream like forever ago, and I kind of forgot to you know, drink water, hydrate myself. I was dying here like a fucking passion fruit.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Fucking love that redeem. Also, the Morgan you were talking about, Max, is this like I'm seeing it's the quote off-road version of the ordinary model, the plus 4 model? Because I like the plus 4 a lot. I wasn't aware of its name, and I really like Morgan cars because they have been pretty much producing those cars the same way since what, the 1930s. So yeah, they have a lot of respect coming from me, at least. Which doesn't mean any shit, because I'm just a random VTuber on the internet, but I like their cars. And the three-wheeler, now the three-wheeler is a Morgan that if I had the chance to own, I would love to own one of those things. Now, going back to, you know, the EVs and some of those that I actually find attractive, here we have the Hummer, the new Hummer. Let me actually decrease the size of this thing a little bit. The new Hummer, I'm not gonna lie, I like the design on this thing. It's absurd. I saw a video the other day of a guy actually driving this thing. And this car right here, it looks good on the outside, it looks good on the inside. It's very boxy, you know. Like I was saying, I like boxy cars. I find this thing very good looking. It's very big, it feels very powerful, you know, it looks very powerful. So it kind of fits the right mood for me. Shit. Sorry, I was finishing my cake. Oh, okay, Nero. I think we're gonna have to leave it to another day, but I'm gonna save those images. You sent me the names as well, right? Yes, you did. So that's pretty nice. You sent me the names as well. I'm gonna try and make like a compilation of these Eastern European cars to do like maybe a tier list or something like that. I like doing those things. I find it very interesting. So don't worry, I will treat the Polish cars with a lot of love. Just DM me which one you find the most attractive. All right. Now the next one, okay, the Ioniq, the Hyundai Ioniq 5. This thing right here doesn't look actually retro, but it has a few retro lines. And even though it's like a new hatchback, I find this thing pretty good looking. I find it pretty cool. Then we have the Honda E. Now, I know this car right here is not as good as it's advertised by Honda, because that's another thing. Oh, Nero, don't worry. Thanks for stopping by. Your presence here was pretty good. Thanks for showing me a few of those Polish cars. It's always nice to get to know cars from places that I'm not very used to. And have a nice night. See you guys. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing some Call of Duty Modern Warfare again, just like yesterday. Have a nice night, sir. The problem with some of these, I wouldn't call some, I would call like all of these EVs nowadays, is that a lot of their range is pretty much, it's pretty much a lie. You know, this thing right here, this on the E right here, if I remember correctly, last time that I watched a video on it, the range, the real range of this thing, you know, being driven like usual without any sort of like aggressive driving or anything like this, the range of this thing was, I guess it was 30 to 40% less than what the company promised in its advertisement material for the car. And actually, there's this very nice video from Tyler. I think his name is Tyler, from the Hoovies Garage. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Mr. Tyler here. But there's this video that became very famous, that he became very famous for, and it kind of sparked a lot of controversy when it comes to EVs and conservatives and progressive people in the US because of this video right here. He just had bought this brand new Ford F-150 Lightning, which is the new EV truck by Ford. And he went on a trip where the range of the battery, he actually got the version of the Lightning pickup truck that has the small battery and not the bigger one. Not the version with the bigger battery. But the thing is, technically the advertisement material, not the advertisement material, but the car itself said that he had an X amount of miles in his full charge, and he was towing a small trailer, as you guys can see. Let me look here. He was towing a small aluminum trailer, as you guys can, I guess you guys can see here in this image, right? With this Ford Model A pickup truck in the back. And what he was supposed to do was drive around 30 something miles to the shop of this fella right here, which is, wait, where is the fella right here? Wait, where is the fella right here? This, oh fuck, my chat is in his fucking head. This fella right here, which is the Car Wizard. He also has a YouTube channel. Both of their channels are pretty nice. Both the channels from Hoovies Garage, which is from Tyler, but also the channel from the Car Wizard. They are pretty cool YouTube car channels. So if you guys would like, just check them out. Car Wizard actually does a very nice compilations of cars that you shouldn't buy, or cars that you should buy under an X amount of dollars, or worst cars that I already dealt with, things like that, you know. So he was supposed to drive that truck, pulling this trailer with the Model A behind for 30 something miles, and he was supposed to go the way back with another truck in its trailer, but a bigger one. I think it was a Raptor, a Ford Raptor. And the problem is, the advertised and the amount of mileage that the car was showing in its dashboard was the ordinary mileage. It wasn't taken into consideration towing. And like we were saying before, depending on when it comes to gas mileage, a lot of things come into place to decide if you're going to spend if your car is gonna to drink more or less fuel, you know, spend more or less fuel. And since he was pulling this trailer with the car on top of it, with the Ford Model A on top of it, and it's interesting to see the differences in the size of the two trucks, because we have pretty much like 90 years between these two vehicles. We're talking about the 2022 truck and a 1930s or 1920 something one here. And in the end, according to the amount of mileage that he has on the dashboard, he could make this trip going to the Car Wizard shop and back twice. But since he was towing the aluminum truck and then the other and then with the Ford pickup truck on top of it, he barely managed to do one trip. He barely managed to reach the Car Wizard shop and then come back. If I remember correctly, he reached his house with like 15 miles to go in the range. So apparently this truck has around 200 and something miles, because he was supposed to be able to go back and forth twice and still have a few miles remaining, and he barely managed to go back and forth once, and he stopped with 15 miles of range left. And this is sparked a whole controversy, and that's what a lot of people don't take into consideration, and that is the same problem that this Honda vehicle suffers. A real range smaller than what is advertised by the company, right? So, but I still like the overall outside and internal looks of this car. It's kind of cute. It's kind of retro, so it's on my list of the EVs that I actually find like decently looking. Okay. Now, since we already took a look in one Hyundai car, let me show you guys the other one, the Hyundai Grandeur Heritage series. This thing right here, for me, it looks amazing because, again, it's very retro looking, you know. It really feels like a car from the late 70s to late 80s. It's very, like, almost like cyberpunky. Right? This is an EV that if I have the opportunity to go to a store and buy it, I would buy it like eyes closed, because this is one of the type of designs that I actually like, right? Very boxy, very retro looking, but with, you know, all the advantages of a modern car. The same thing can be applied to this thing right here. This thing right here, it's actually a Chinese car. It's called, I think it's the Great Wall Aura Futura. Well, let me check my list right here. Great Wall Aura Futura, exactly. It's his name. And the nice thing about this car right here is that it actually has suicide doors, which for those who don't know is this sort of style of door right here that opens in the middle, or instead of every door opening in the same direction, it opens in the middle. It's very reminiscent of cars from the 50s and 60s. I think the most famous car that had this sort of like suicide doors was the 1960 Lincoln Continental with its wonderful suicide doors. Not this one. This one was destroyed by a guy that put some huge wheels on it. It just looks awful, and this thing right here looks small. Oh, where is a decent picture? Oh, this picture is decent, I guess. Now look, this, oh shit, this is what suicide doors are. They open in this particular direction, and then you have a middle pillar. I guess this is the B pillar. I guess, I'm not wrong. I'm not sure. You have a central pillar, a very strong one, to be able to hold the entirety of the car. Especially in these cases, since, you know, there's not a roof because it's a fucking convertible. But yeah, this Great Wall thing right here, it kind of looks like a a modernized version of a Fiat, maybe a 131 from back in the day. It looks good. I find this thing good looking, right? And now, Lincoln convertible. Now we have this thing right here, and I love the aesthetics of this thing. Okay, so this is actually the most common version of the car. This is an EV brand called Alpha Motors. I don't think that they started production on their cars yet, so these things right here are 3D renderings of their models of cars. But they are supposed to have a wide variety of vehicles, ranging from these hatchbacks to more off-road oriented ones, like Alpha cars. EV cars. There's a wide variety of these. No, not news. Look, there's an EV, there's an off-road version. This thing looks pretty sick. It looks very retro looking. It looks very sick. I thought this would be a list of your regular EVs, but this is very good. Yes, Max, that's the thing. I tend to go for like unusual things, you know. I tend to kind of deep dive on these subjects that I'm interested about, and that's why more often than not you will not hear like some very usual things coming from me. And I'm like that when it comes to pretty much everything, like cars, guns, what else? Vehicles in general, you know. So, and they also have a pickup truck version, which I think, look how sexy this is. Like, you know what it kind of looks like? It kind of looks like this. It kind of looks like this. The Hilux from Back to the Future. The one Marty McFly drove at the end of the movie. I mean, it's not the same, of course. This thing looks way more menacing, but you can see some, like, you can see some similarities when it comes to the style, to the aggressiveness, you know. I think the pickup version, it looks way better than that weird ass polygon shit that Tesla wants to do with the fucking Cybertruck. And then you have this version right here, who is supposed to be like a sporty version of their hatchback, and this thing just looks good, you know. I was talking the other day with a friend of mine of how this particular car looks like easily like something that would be available for you to buy in Cyberpunk. But this thing looks pretty good. I think this is actually one of the best looking ones when it comes to these list of like modern EVs. And I fucking love the details on these special wheels, because these wheels are very they look very similar to, you know, the wheels that were used on the Shelby 500, especially the Eleanor version from Gone in 60 Seconds with Nick Cage, you know. So I find this alpha cars very good looking. Now my last one is actually this wonderful thing right here, the Opel Manta GSX Electro Mod. I love everything about this car. I love how what the dog doing was way back. Yeah, an Opel. This thing, it's an Opel. It actually looks very similar to the original one, Opel Manta GSE. No, not the Electro Mod, for fuck's sake. Oh no, the GSE is the Electromod. So the 400 maybe? No, the 400 is another one. Now look at this. Look at this. Look how similar it is from the original one. Now this is an original one. Let's open here. Now this is an original Opel Manta. Let me make it a little bit smaller. This is the original one. Now this is the new quote EV version of it. Look how similar these are. You know, the body shape, it's pretty much all the same. You know, you have some different things when it comes to the headlights, to the bumpers, or should I say to the lack of bumpers, because this thing right here doesn't have bumpers. The wheels, of course, bigger wheels with new designs, but it's very retro looking. This thing looks amazing, and I fucking love cars with these very bright colors because they tend to be a very easy to spot. You know, it's something that actually attracts attention. But I really liked the way Opel worked around this prototype here. Now the only thing that kind of leaves me a little bit worried when it comes to these cars, to all these EVs, apart from the ones that are already being made, like the Honda E, the Hyundai Ioniq 5, all the other ones that either are concept from big brands or are concept from small brands, I'm kind of worried that the end product, it's not gonna be looking closely to, you know, what they are to these prototypes. Because actually, if I'm not wrong, that Hyundai Grandeur that I show you guys, they released the version of the car, if I'm not wrong, like the ordinary version. I think it's this one right here, and I mean it looks cool. Apparently it looks cool, but and it even looks a little bit retro looking, but it's not as retro as, you know, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty cool. Now look at this. Let me change my screens right here again. Now this right here, it's the version of that black one that I show you guys, the Hyundai, the black one, the one you told it was sexy, Max. It looks, this thing right here looks pretty good, but it looks totally different from the prototype, you know, because the prototype was very retro looking. There's also this picture that shows the front of it. It looks pretty good. It looks good, but it's not the same as the prototype, you know. And what really kind of worries me is this, that they are going to release these very cool looking retro prototypes, but in the end of the day, when they will release the actual car, they won't have the courage to go with such a retro design, you know. All right, so we talked about a lot of things when it comes to these EVs, but there's like two things that I actually want to talk before we finish. Okay, so first of all, we already talked about how the lithium batteries kind of lose their ability to hold a charge after a while, and how complicated and expensive the maintenance or the total exchange of these batteries can be for a car owner. There's also something else that people tend to not think about is that how much time it takes for you to actually recharge your car entirely, and based on that, how much time it would take you to do like big car trips. And this is the main reason why, based on what we used to have and what we still have when it comes to battery technology, why the EV didn't caught on yet. When it comes to an internal combustion engine, an internal combustion car, you can pretty much just stop at a gas station and spend like 5 minutes, 10 minutes at most, refilling your car, paying, and then you follow your trip. You keep going the way you're supposed to go, right? With an EV, it's different. Yes, there are chargers out there that are one of those turbo chargers, but even with one of these things, you're still sitting down and having to wait like 20 to 30 minutes in order for your car to recharge completely. And if you don't have one of those turbo chargers, you are talking about a recharge time of hours. So if you are going on a trip and you have to drive long distances, a trip that maybe would require you 10 hours to complete would become a trip of over 20 hours easily, because you will have to stop and wait for your car to recharge. And yes, that could be improved based on the fact that the technology when it comes to batteries will improve in the future, and it would give us cars that have longer ranges and faster recharge times. But currently, in our currently state, we are still dealing with very ineffective batteries. So we are still talking about batteries that would take hours in order to achieve a maximum charge. And we haven't even started talking about the availability of these charging points, because this is also something that, as long as people keep developing EVs and EV charger network, this will become better, right? The availability of these chargers and the turbo chargers will become better, but these chargers also go through a lot of problems when it comes to their own maintenance, you know? I saw this video the other day of a guy in the United Kingdom, and it was actually a test where he was showing that the Honda E, that small Honda model that we looked around a couple of minutes ago, it was on his video that I've heard about the problems when it comes to the range on that car. And the problem is, he stopped. First of all, the GPS of the car gave him a route that had absolutely no chargers, right? So he had to take another route and look for a place that had chargers. And in the place that had chargers, I guess they had like 3 chargers, each one of them with like 3 different plugs for the cars, because there's actually like that. When it comes to an ordinary gas-powered car, you don't need a plug. You have a cap, you open, you have a pipe that takes the fuel to the fuel tank, and that's it. You don't need anything special in order to fill up like any car from the early 1900s to a 2022 internal combustion engine model. You don't need anything special to fuel those cars. With EVs, they have a different plugs, just like your electronics in your home. So maybe you arrive at a charger and the plug that is available is not the same that you have in your car, so you can't recharge your car. Or maybe there's, since each of those chargers had like 3 different plugs, one person could be using the one that is the same, the one that matches with your car, and then you have to wait until that person finishes its recharging process so you could do yours. You know, a lot of people don't pay attention to these things. And that also comes around to the whole question when it comes to, okay, does my country has the capacity to generate enough energy for people to actually recharge their cars? Because if you're going through a delicate moment like people were going through in Europe right now, and you can't even, quote, waste energy heating your own home or your own business so you wouldn't die of fucking hypothermia, how the fuck do you expect to have enough energy to do everything that's required for a population to survive, but also recharge your cars? You know, a lot of European countries simply don't have enough electricity production to do that, and people just forget about it. So this is one of the points that I wanted to talk about. And the other one, I'm gonna it's a 2-point. It actually goes around the whole usage of, okay, so first is the usage of these electric vehicles, because when I said in the beginning of this stream that I wouldn't be just shitting on EVs, I really meant it. And we've talked about EVs for at least 4 hours to these points, because we already had a couple of issues when it comes to my connection. But we are technically capping at 4 hours, maybe a little bit more. I don't know. Yeah, I think a little bit over 4 hours, because I think I started around 6 p.m. And I've talked some good things. I showed you guys some EVs that I like. And now some of those I would like to buy if I had like the financial condition to do so. But I tried to be reasonable with everything, and I brought like all the details of things that I can clearly see that people were pretty much ignoring when it comes to this whole discussion of EVs versus internal combustion engine cars. Now, there are people out there, and it's not a small amount of people, that would benefit a lot from EVs. And these are actually the people that I think an EV vehicle would be the best for, which is like 90% of the drivers in the roads. And yes, after me saying all of this when it comes to EVs, it might sound a little bit surprising that I'm saying this, but this is the truth. Like, I'm a car enthusiast. Dandelion, who was sitting here with me talking about these cars, is also a car enthusiast. I can see that Max is a car enthusiast as well. I think Nero likes cars. I'm not sure. Nero was one of the guys who was sitting here with us. I'm not sure if Nero is actually a car enthusiast, but I guess he likes cars. But we, car enthusiasts, we are not the majority of people. For the majority of people, a car, it's just like a mean of transportation. It's just this magical object that the whole majority of these people don't even have the faintest of idea how a car works, that is able to take them from the point A and drop them at point B, right? So cars are means of transportation for like 90% of the people out there. And for these 90% of people out there, they don't really care if their car are powered by a gasoline engine, an ethanol engine, a fucking hydrogen engine, steam, electric, shit, they don't care. You know, as long as they have something that is able to drive them from point A to point B safely and comfortably, they are okay. And the main argument of a lot of people that drive EVs around and that we talked a lot about in this live stream is the fact that a lot of people argue that they are driving EVs because they care about the environment. And they believe that cars are the main source of pollution, emission of gases, which we already talked about, it is not. But for those people, and I always say that if we manage to get these 90% of people that really don't care what do their cars look, what kind of engine do they have under the hood, if the car is expensive or not. They only care if the car is comfortable, if the car is reliable, and if the car is able to take them from point A to point B. If we get those people and allow them to drive these EVs around, and we reduce the emissions on cars, the emissions that are made by cars, okay? I'm talking about cars here. I'm not talking about planes. I'm not talking about energy creation. I'm not talking about any other areas. I'm talking about cars. If we manage to remove 90% of the emissions that we are causing nowadays from cars, because 90% of these people change their cars from internal combustion engines to electric cars, we would have probably a better quality of life to everyone. We would have a better quality of air to everyone. Cities wouldn't have to deal with so much smog. People wouldn't have to deal with so many respiratory problems that were caused by pollution. That is true. That is true. And those 90% of people, they wouldn't be angry because instead of driving an internal combustion engine, they would be driving an electric vehicle. They would only care if their new car was able to take them from point A to point B in a decent amount of time, safely and comfortably. So it would be good. It would be good. But in order to do that, the EV as a whole still has to be developed a lot. EVs nowadays are not ready to become like the main source of transportation for the majority of people out there. In fact, it's the opposite. A lot of people that adopted EVs as their main vehicles after seeing all the problems that they have to deal with when it comes to the EV use in a daily life, they kind of gave up. and they went back to internal combustion engine cars. Because in the end, while both of those things are old, while they have pretty much the same amount of age, the internal combustion engine was developed way more in these decades. Or I think it would be more accurate to say in this last century. It's almost comparing a jet fighter with one of those canvas planes from World War I when it comes to technology development. EVs, even though they seem very futuristic, they are still years, decades behind when it comes to a lot of technology from internal combustion cars. And this will change. This will change. We will see a lot of development in the EV area. But now, in 2022, EVs are not capable of taking the place of internal combustion engine cars. They are not as reliable. They don't have the same amount of range. They don't have the same durability. They cost way more. They jeopardize, yes, they jeopardize the environment way more based on everything that we already discussed here. You know, how they last way less years than an internal combustion engine car, how battery packs are shit, how expensive and not environmentally friendly producing a new EV every 5 years would be for a single person. So they are not ready yet. They are not ready yet. And the countries as well are definitely not ready to have to deal with the increase of energy demand that they will have because of these EVs. In my opinion, it would be way smarter for countries, especially countries from the northern hemisphere, you know, from Europe, from Asia, from North America, to actually develop their energy networks first before deciding to shift their whole fleet from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles. Because otherwise, you will see the same sort of problem when it comes to electricity that we are seeing today in Europe because of the war in the future. But instead of a war, we will be dealing with pretty much a country that doesn't have the capability of generating enough energy than it is required, right? Now, the thing is, like I've said, we car enthusiasts, we are not the majority. And it's interesting for us to actually convince people that are not car enthusiasts to actually adopt the whole EV idea, because in the end of the day, if less people need to use gasoline and oil and products that came from oil, it's not like the oil industry will just disappear, right? It's not like all the infrastructure that got built during all these years to supply the oil industry and to develop the oil industry will just disappear, because after all, oil, crude oil, petroleum is not used only to make gas and diesel. It's used to make a wide variety of things. So if that means that if more people start using EVs and we manage to stop these people that are pretty much environmental zealots and also the stupid as bureaucrat politicians that just want easy votes to pretty much rule our old cars forbidden to drive down the streets, that means that we will have more gasoline in our disposal, at our dispose, not in our disposal, at our dispose. We would have more gasoline, which means that the prices would be cheaper. And we would be able to drive our V8s and our old cars, having to spend less money, you know? And car culture is something that only increased throughout the 20th century. And even though a lot of young people are not interested in cars anymore, a lot of young people are also very interested in cars, especially because of entertainment, you know, things like movies, TV shows, animes, games. So there's still a lot of a place for car people. What we have to do is always pay attention, you know. There's this very famous line, I'm not sure, I know it's from I guess it's okay, so instead of guessing, let me actually search. This is a quote attributed or actually from Thomas Jefferson, which is, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. So we as car people, it doesn't matter if you like old cars or if you like new cars, right? It doesn't matter if you're into Soviet Union Western Eastern Bloc fucking cars from the 60s or exotic Italian GT cars from the early 2000s. It doesn't matter. If you are a car guy, you should be always vigilant, you know, because bureaucrats are out there and they don't care about your freedom. They don't care about your rights as an individual. So they wouldn't think twice before creating a law or passing a law that would just forbid you to drive your V8 car around, if that meant that he was going to like receive a couple more votes. That's the truth. And I might be gaining some enemies with this when I'm saying this, but environmental zealots also wouldn't care if you lost your right to drive old cars around, because they don't care about your personal freedoms. Again, you know, people that are usually zealots when it comes to a wide variety of things, they really don't care about what other people think. They really don't care about how other people want to live their lives. They want to push their fucking opinions down other people's throats. And they wouldn't think twice before advocating and lobbying for the creation of laws that would rule your right to drive your old car around like forbidden, you know, something forbidden. And that's why we car guys, we must remain vigilant at all times against these sorts of laws, because yes, EVs are a good thing for us. It's not good when companies like Ford or like Dodge decide out of the blue to say, oh, we're gonna drop our internal combustion engines, what made us what we are today and what really our fans and our customers alike, and we're gonna replace everything for electric motors. That's not good. That part of the EV culture is not good, and this is connected to what I'm talking about when it comes to the bureaucrats and the zealots. Okay, we must remain vigilant, and we shouldn't and we definitely we can't accept this sort of thing, you know. We can't accept a company, for example, like Dodge, just saying, oh, we're not gonna make like internal combustion cars anymore. Every single car of us will be electric. Okay, so fuck it. Just do like the people did with Mitsubishi and the fucking Eclipse Cross. Don't buy that shit, you know? But we must always remain vigilant, because there are people out there, and there are famous people out there that don't even hesitate in saying things like, oh, but you are not allowed to, but people were allowed to ride the streets, ride horses on the streets, and they would create a lot of pollution and a bad smell. So now people were not allowed, and if you want to ride a horse, you can ride a horse, but there's specific places where you could do it. There are people that go out there in like huge YouTube channels and huge TV channels and say things like that, like out of the blue, like without hesitating at all, you know, saying things like, oh, I don't care if you lose your rights to do that particular thing that you enjoy. Like everywhere, you should only be allowed to do that in a specific place, just like horse people are, you know. Not horse people, because there's actually no horse people, you know, but people that like horses. You guys know what I'm talking about. That's why we must remain vigilant, because it might sound absurd, this thing that I'm talking about now, you know, but you see a lot of things, a lot of people saying things like that or similar things, you know. This thing that I've said of the guy advocating for, oh, you guys like your old and gas guzzling and loud V8s. Okay, so we're gonna just like make sure that you guys still can do that. You still can drive your cars, but you won't be able to drive the car like in an ordinary road. You will have to have a specific place for that, or you will have a specific place for that, and you will only be able to drive your car in that specific place. You know who said that? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, that very huge and pop culture famous, like what he is, like he's a physician. No, okay, I have a slight problem with that particular word in English. Neil deGrasse. Oh, he's an astrophysicist. I guess that's the correct word. Yeah, astrophysicist. You know, it's a very smart guy, it's a very intelligent guy, but with a shitty opinion that is actually that actually aims to take other people's rights, to do things that they enjoy, you know. And then you see people going out there and saying other things like similar to what he's saying, just like, oh, but you could just replace the engine of your car for an electric motor, and you would still have the car. You would still have like the looks and the sensation of driving one of these old cars around, but without like polluting the environment. And you even see some proposals for laws that kind of say that either a person, if a person wants to drive like an old vehicle, either they are only allowed that in certain areas or the city, or they are only allowed to do that in certain days of the week, or things like saying that in order to drive an old car, you would have to change the engine to convert the car. And then you have a lot of companies out there who are actually doing this sort of job. They are getting old cars, removing the transmission and the engine, the original ones, and replacing them by electrical motors, and their whole, you know, kit. And yes, some people might be interested in doing this, but as people that always aimed to keep car history, like automotive history, alive, these cars, these old cars that we drive around, these things are not just a hunk of metal with 4 rubber tires. They are not. They are a part of the history of mankind. And it's very different driving a car around and having people approach you to talk to you about the car, to ask you things about the car, to show interest about the car. It's very different doing this than just going into a museum and seeing a car in, you know, one of those rotation things. It's totally different, you know. An old car, it's special not just because of its looks. The whole kit, it's important. The whole package is important. You know, the engine, the bad brakes, the noise, the rattling, all of it contributes to a special sensation that it's only available in one of those old cars. And then you have the historical aspect of it. And for me, it's absurd that someone would like to jeopardize this, you know, especially based on the fact that we, car people, especially people that like old cars, we are a small amount of people among society. So just like I was saying, EVs are good for people that don't care about cars. For people that don't care about cars, an EV would do the exact same job than an ordinary car would do. And if getting those 90% of people and making and being able to and they being able to use these EVs, if that would create a scenario where our cities would be cleaner and more healthy to live in, and also it would create an decrease in demand for gas, which would increase availability, and in the end it would decrease the price exponentially. It would be a good thing for everyone. It would be a good thing for those people that think about the environment and that want to clean our cities and our environment. And it would also be a good thing for us car people, because we would be able to enjoy our cars paying less money for gas. You know, it would be a win-win scenario, like everyone would win in the end. But in order for this to happen, we must remain vigilant, like I'm saying, because these people, they are always out there plotting to remove other people's rights to do the things that they like. And politicians exist. They are stupid. They only want votes. And people that have don't have any sort of problem in saying that they wouldn't mind having other people's freedoms removed in order for a specific goal to be achieved are also out there, you know, speaking their minds. So that's my final thing for you guys for today's stream. This thought: we car guys and car girls, everyone that likes cars, both old and new, we must unite to make sure that we won't lose our right to keep driving our wonderful historical pieces out there. And don't accept a random 15-year-old saying to you that you should remove your internal combustion engine from your classic car and put in a fucking electric motor, because fucking teenagers don't know shit in their lives, you know? Oh, hi again, Max. So you just caught me like in the end of the stream. Next time, I guess I'm gonna try and talk about how different it is from driving, from the whole experience of like old cars versus new cars. And we're gonna go back to the whole subject of these differences, because it was actually what I meant in the first stream, which happened last week. But unfortunately, my internet decided to die on me, so I couldn't finish that one. For now, I think we are good. I will raid a friend of mine because he just got his affiliate status. Oh, I can say a bunch. Yeah, I realized that you have some experience with cars and car maintenance, so it would be nice. Maybe we can even like arrange like a Discord call with members from our server, since there are like more than me like that likes cars. Maybe we could do like a kind of a group discussion around that, you know. Wait a minute. Probably it will be, I'm only 18, but I had a lot of car. Yeah, that's the thing. Like age is, when it comes to cars, age only means like that you're a certain age. You might have, I've seen people that are younger than me with more experience than me, and I've seen people who are like older than me and don't even know how to change the fucking tire of their cars. So the thing that actually matters is the amount of knowledge and the head of the person, you know, the mind part. But okay, like I've said, Max, thanks for joining us today. Thanks for joining our Discord server as well. Probably our next car stream will be on next Friday, because just chatting stream is something that I like to do on Fridays. Tomorrow I will be online around the same time, but I'll be playing some Modern Warfare 2, because, you know, I've been kind of addicted to that thing, even though I'm not very good at it. But you are free to share as much information and any kind of content that you would like in my Discord server. You know, according to each channel, there's a bunch of different channels. Thanks everyone for your presence here today, and I will be rating my boy Eli. He just got his status as a Twitch affiliate on Twitch. He's currently playing War Thunder. He's a better War Thunder player than me, which is not saying a lot because I'm very bad at that game, I'm not gonna lie. But make sure to give Eli a lot of love. And yes, you are more than welcome to share the picture of the Mustang. And also, we could do something that I really enjoy, Max, which is browsing Craigslist, looking for old rust buckets to buy. I already spent way too much time of my life doing that. But thanks for everyone to join me today. Max, thanks for the followings, thanks for the attention. And I'll see you guys today. I'll see you guys again tomorrow, and make sure to give a lot of love to our boy Eli, and make sure to congratulate him on his achievement. So have a nice night, everyone, and see you tomorrow.